a possibility to gain time. Moving into the onboard of the DMD SimSpot guys with Alexander Harp, we can actually see Alexander coming up to actually gain on the team, and this actually shows the speed of Alexander right now. It's quite surprisingly to see those guys having the right driver actually makes a huge difference right now. I'm not 100% sure, but I do feel it's the Aston from the Black Devil racing car. But let's see if we can get any closer to that car. I know for a fact that Alexander has the speed for it right now. I didn't manage to say the other thing I was supposed to do before, but the last lap time from Roy Munk is quite surprisingly 10 minutes and 32 seconds. Yet another crash had happened for those guys. The last lap of the Drive Game Seat guy was 9 minutes and 25 seconds. So yeah, I expect that we are going to see more stuff of incidents and accidents coming up throughout the night because of tiredness and lots of things. It's actually see that actually now that you're actually watching the DMD SimSpot guys with Alexander, he's actually warning that he's coming from behind by flashing his lights now. Yep, surprisingly it's the Black Devil Racing guy's car. That skin on that car is actually done by no other than Peter Munkholm. It's actually quite a nice skin. Well skinned there. Good stuff, Peter. You're doing my next car, as I know it's for free. I don't want to pay for that though. Yeah, I will say that those Black Devil Racing cars should give room for that DMD car right now. Doesn't make sense as Alexander is going way faster than that. Just lose your speeder and let him by. Let him by. That's great driving. Safe, good driving. Great, Alexander. Great overtake. And it was very nice to see the Black Devil Racing just leaving room for the DMD cars. So it can actually make a safe overtake. There's no reason so late in the game to... Yeah, he's not afraid as it is right now. Great driving from Alexander. Moving back to see if there should be any time or any difference in the lap times right now. We are having on the radar right now Ezio Gazzola now is actually gaining again on the DSR Nightmare car. He's really closing in right now on the straight right now. Yep, he is. Yeah. If we go to the Drive Game Seat car, he will be able to see that car maybe. Yeah, he can actually see it up there in the front. Those Drive Game Seat is gonna overtake the DSR Sim Racing guy. I expect in maybe half a lap. It depends on how the braking is in the Tiergarten right now. Yeah, great braking from the Drive Game Seat guys, or such great speed there on the car. Yeah, let's follow those guys a little. It's all about how Carl is actually having or doing his braking zones right now. Watching closely now is the Drive Game Seat guys racing with the Ezio Caracciola in the car. He's been doing quite a lot of driving now. Maybe he's doing the entire stint of the night, I don't know. Carl has a great amount of speed in that car. It's gonna be great to see the last lap time of Carl in that car. It was an 8:40. Last lap of Ezio Caracciola was an 8:38. So that means he's at approximately 2 seconds faster than Carl right now. So I don't know. If he keep that pace, he will be able to gain on Carl. Yeah, you actually see Ezio Caracciola is actually now gaining on Carl. As I expected, that will happen anytime soon. Carl is getting closer and closer. Very, very good driving there. Carl is though a very good driver as well, so it won't be easy for those Ezio Caracciola guys to overtake Carl that easy. He's a good driver, so yeah, he still needs some speed in that car though. But we know for a fact that those guys are really gaining on the DSR Nightmare car. Let's just stay here for a little while to see if we're able to see Ezio actually overtaking the DSR team with another lap. That's funny. It seems like now that DSR is actually sometimes pulling away from the Drive Game Seat guys. You shouldn't count Carl out. He's a very fast driver. Anything can happen. Even though the Drive Game Seat are leading the race, it still shows that still some very good sim racers here who has plenty of speed there. Whoa, that was a little bit uncontrollable, but yeah. Oh, sorry about that. It's late at night, coffee time. Whoops, we had a minor fault there from Ezio Caracciola. We're not used to that. He still managed to keep the car on the track though, quite surprisingly. I know for a fact when you're actually sim racing and you can actually see that car in front of you, you really have the idea about you just want to overtake that car. You're gonna fight with that wheel, you're gonna do your right braking and stuff like that. Just the feeling about overtaking a car on the track is just such a great feeling that even though if it's not a fight for position, it's just something out of this world to be able to do that. That makes sim racing as much as real motorsports so exciting. I'm glad that we actually have the technologies of these days. I remember back in the day when I was actually running GP1 and GP3 on my old Commodore 64. It's been like ages ago, and driving games on the Amiga and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of things has changed now with the realism in the car, the graphics, anything from that, the shader technology, the textures, anything from that. It just, yeah, you're able to do shitload of good things with sim racing now. And if you know some of the latest game coming out with ray tracing and you're actually watching that quality of graphics you have, we are still some years away on real sim racing because it can actually look way better than we actually have right now. The realism of that is even closer in project cars and stuff like that, which is visibly graphic-wise, and even iRacing sometimes looks better than in R-Factor, but the problem with these games is still the physics, is still the realism of the game is not there yet. I will still say that the R-Factor 2 engine is still the best engine out there. Though iRacing had also now having changing weather conditions and night and day and stuff like that, so it's becoming better as well. One of the problems though with iRacing is that costs shitload of money to drive it. So yeah, it seems that Caracciola is now having that feeling as I described before. You know that you are actually gaining on that car. You really want to overtake that car, so he's really trying to push this speeder to the limit to really catch up on Carl. But Carl is fighting for not having that guy overtake him, and it's just so fun to see. But still, look how experienced a driver you have to be to keep that car under control, flying over the hill and still keep that car on the track. It's just wow. Yeah, I couldn't do that, not with that speed.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And we are now back in the studio. As expected, Caracciola managed to overtake Carl in the DSR Nightmare car. That car is just had such an immense amount of speed. But actually, we are now following the DSR Nightmare car right now. And I will head back to that view now. As you can see, even if the driving sheet guys are managing to overtake the DSR Nightmare car, you shouldn't leave Carl out because he's still a fast driver. He's still around and he's just behind those guys. So I expect Carl to try as much as possible to try to keep up with that car to, yeah, have the speed of that. Yeah. So it's not that easy. He will be, I think Carl will be able to overtake the Caracciola driver if he makes a mistake. It could be too hard braking or whatever it might be. Ja, men prøv at kigge nu. Prøv at kigge nu på livestreamen. Han er ikke langt væk, Carl. Han er lige røven af den. Ja, men det er ikke fordi han slipper ham jo så hurtigt. Ja, men det mærkelige er, at det er ikke noget, han stikker ikke af, fordi det er faktisk næsten samme længde. Nu har han været henne på ham, Carl, igen. Hvad? Okay. That's some great driving by Carl there, the DSR Nightmare. Even though Caracciola was able to overtake him early on, he's still around. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. There's great speed in both cars right now. Seems that Carl is not letting that car go too fast, though he had some minor braking issue in that corner, now hitting some of the grass. Stable driving from both teams still, though. It would be great to see if Carl is able to gain on that Caracciola car. Very good driving from Carl there into that corner. Seems that Carl is not giving up on that guy. Even though if they're not fighting for position right now, Carl just wanna try to overtake him again, which would be a fun thing to see actually. So, but that won't happen with Lorenzo Risi. Caracciola is not as fast as that guy though. Yeah, we are now heading into a weather report. As you can see, the weather of the track, we have partly clouds, going through the track. We don't expect much from that. Right now, the weather forecast is still very much the same. There is 0 chance of rain right now. The temperature is 9 degrees with a very slow blowing wind, 1.2 meter per second, not that much in 1 hour. Same goes to, yeah, the humidity is actually going up a little to 89%. 0 chance of rain. Yeah, wind speed about the same. Not much going around with the weather happening right now. Yeah. But I expect that we won't see any rain in the next 5 to 6 hours. We might have a change on that. It really depends on a lot of things right now. Yeah. Minor incident there with the B32 team blinking. I don't know what's actually happening. But moving back to the studio overview, we are back at the DSR Nightmare team. Carl is still around that drive gegen seat car. Let's see what's actually happening right now. Oh, Carl is actually hitting the pits right now, so that means that that fight is over. Unfortunately, we didn't get a lap time from DSR, but last one was 8:42 and last lap was 8:36 from Caracciola in front. Moving back to position number 5, the BDR Black Devil Racing guys. Recently was overtaking, I guess, by Bass. Let's try to move to that. Yeah, see if we're able to see Bass up there. Yeah, you can actually just see Bass hitting the corner there. Some very aggressive driving from the Black Devil guys. Still one of the big surprises of this race, I have to admit. I remember back at the EVC show, I think maybe Peter can remember that. I think the Black Devil Racing guy was actually the one having a bar in the tent, right? I think they had a bar, yeah. Yeah. That was actually pretty cool setup. I like that. That was fun. Though they had a lot of incidents back then. A lot of incidents at the Le Mans track. Black Devil Racing for some reasons is blinking to signal that they are maybe gaining on Bass. I'm not quite sure if that's gonna happen. Bass is such a fast driver, so he's way in front still, so a little bit optimistic right now, to be honest. But the car has great speed in it right now. Good driving from those guys. It's just such a great thing to see the Black Devil Racing guy delivering such a clean race until so far. Great driving from the Black Devil Racing car, nice cornering, great speed in that car. Let's see what was the last lap time from Bass. He did 9 minutes and 31 seconds. The Black Devil Racing guy did 8:42, which is quite surprisingly to see. Another cool thing happening right now is because of the DSR Nightmare car went into the pits. We have the Black Devil Racing 78 cars closing in on the DSR Nightmare car with approximately 1 minute and 9 seconds to go. But as I stated earlier, Carl is in that car. It will take some driver at the Black Devil Racing car to actually gain on that. And by looking at that, and since Carl is now out of the pits, they are expecting losing time to the DSR Nightmare car, because I know for a fact that Carl is a very fast driver. So yeah, it will take a lot from the BDR 78 cars to keep up with that. Let's see if it seems that the Black Devil Racing 78 car is actually gaining on Baz Jean-Paul, which is surprisingly to see. Great speed from those guys right now. Ooh, bad braking can destroy any pace in a good race. Yeah. That's the killer of the Nürburgring. If you get too, how can you say? I don't know. Let's get some good speed in that car again. Yep. Seems that the Black Devil Racing guys are now having stable driving again. Let's see what's gonna happen now. Maybe because of the pressure now pushed on Sudschleife, he will actually get some more speed into that Audi. Still we have these warning lights from the Black Devil Racing guys. That's pretty cool stuff we're seeing right now. Some great speed in that car. If those guys are able to overtake Baz, I'll just say wow, that's pretty cool. Because Baz is actually not a bad driver, he's actually quite fast. So that means I'm not quite sure who is actually the Black Devil Racing car right now, but it would be great to have those guys pointing out who's actually driving right now in that car in the live stream. Could you guys like point that out on the chat? That would be great to know. If you're alive, or anybody in the team alive, I don't know. Yep, we are now seeing the Black Devil Racing guys gaining a lot on Baz right now, and I expect within a half a lap we're gonna see them overtake Baz if he's not changing way of driving right now. Great speed from that car. Good braking. Yep, as I said, I think that we soon will see another warning light from the Black Devil Racing guys to signal they are just behind Baz. Now we just need them to really put some full speed on that car. Seems that the Audi is a little bit faster on the straights. Yeah, we're having 248 on the straights in that Corvette. That's not a lot. It will be surprising to see how fast Baz is. Let's go to Baz and see how fast he's actually doing on the straights to see if there's some kind of difference between the cars. What is even more funny now is that Baz is actually going to overtake another Audi, and that must be the B32 Racing Audi. Yep, and now we're gonna see some traffic right now. Yes, clean overtake. Great to see those guys actually leaving room for that. And now that we know that the other car is also gonna overtake the Black Devil Racing car, let's jump to that again. And you will see them, yeah, he as well overtook the B32 racing car before. Black Devil Racing 78 is actually gaining a lot on that Bass Schattenpol car. This is really good driving, even though they're not fighting for position right now, but it's actually excellent driving here in the middle of the night. If you look at the horizon right now, you see the cloud formation is actually becoming not that partly spread anymore. It's coming in slowly, and expected now we have the Black Devil Racing guy just in the back of that Bass Schattenpol car. I will expect we will maybe see an overtake anytime soon. Very great driving from the Black Devil. Oh, a huge crash from Bass. That was because of the jump. He lost control of that car. That was just such a pity to see. I'm feeling so sorry for Bass. He's such a great driver. Crap. Let's see how bad it actually is. Oh, he's back. I expect that Bass will be fighting back to... What? Yeah. Well? Kan reload? Okay, we're... Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna see the replay file now, what's actually happening with Bass here. We're rewinding to see. Going to rewind to what actually happened with Bass. Oh, there you see, Bass is gonna take that jump and loses track. Yeah. Yeah. That was great driving. Let's move back to the and now we are having expectedly Bass in the pit to make a repairment of that crash. Unfortunately, to see that Bass was that unlucky to have that accident. Heading back to the Black Devil Racing guys and going into the car again with an overview. Let's look at the track map if there's anything exciting happening right now. That's quite surprisingly to see that the Black Devil Racing car actually had the last lap, the fastest lap on the last lap. They did an 8:33 and the Ezio Gasolo actually did an 8:36. So yeah, the fastest car on that track right now was actually the Black Devil Racing car. That was surprisingly to see. Great driving from those guys, I have to admit. That's super great driving. Yeah, that's just what Peter's told me in the background. Those guys from the Black Devil Racing car is actually driving go-kart every single weekend, so we should expect those guys to do pretty well actually. They know the way around the track, so it will depends. Over the years, we might see those guys evolve to be very competitive. Great driving from those guys. Great to see they're improving from what we saw in the last race at the EVC. Heading on to the DSR Nightmare car. It's been a while since we looked at those guys. Carl's last lap was 9 minutes and 46 seconds. I'm not quite sure what actually happened. Maybe he's been in the pits right now. Yeah. The White Duckton as well did a pretty decent lap last time. 8:38, not bad. That's comparable to position 1, and the earlier DMD Sim Sport as well is not that far away either. Alexander Hartwig, I expect still to be in the car. 8:43. Last lap from Bas was 8:50. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The DSR Nightmare car did 9:46, and the B32 guys did 9:42. You can actually see a huge difference from the lap times early on in the race. They changed quite a lot over the night. Yeah, that's how it is, I guess. That's racing. Still having Carl in the car. If there's anybody out there who wants or have any kind of questions, do not hesitate to contact us in the chat. We will try as much as possible to answer your questions during the night. There's a lot of great driving here, even though the field of the cars are pretty much widespread with one lap down. But what we're actually seeing right now is actually quite surprising. The Black Devil Racing 78 car, which we mentioned before, is actually gaining now on the DSR Nightmare car. Some great driving from those guys. Yeah, we are still some 9 hours and 15 minutes away. If the Black Devil Racing cars are keeping up that speed, they might be at the podium. Yeah, it really is not that far away. Okay. Hvem er det? Er det nogen, der kører med her i dag, eller hvad? Okay, Peter just told me that he was... Yeah, Peter just told me he was like watching some of the live stream from the Black Devil Racing car, and that guy earlier who did a stint was like all blasted in sweat because of the amount of work you need to do in a sim rig. Yeah, it's pretty hard actually. Yeah. Some pretty exciting driving here right now. We actually might see a fight for position in 1 minute and 5 seconds away actually. It really depends on which... That was dangerous driving from Carl. The Black Devil Racing car is I think sometimes gaining on the DSR Nightmare car, but whee! That was actually a nice jump by Carl. He's losing time. Carl is really pushing the limit now for the car. We actually are now nearing, if we go to the DMD car, the DMD car is now gaining on the B32 car now. Great driving from Alexander is now coming up. You see the warning lights there. Whoosh. Oh, such an aggressive driving there. We will expect that he's flashing the light now. We hope that the B32 guys will leave some space for that overtake. Whoop! And he goes off the track. That's how you can do that stuff. Yeah. Thanks for letting him pass. Way easier than expected. Yeah. That was a little bit unfair to the team, but great driving from Alexander. Now get some speed in that car, Alexander. We know you can do this. It's not fun to be last. It seems like the Black Devil Racing 79 car is now in the pits or either out of the race. Yeah, it's been for quite a while actually. I don't think we will see those guys be coming back. No. Maybe. I don't know. Do you know what happened to the Black Devil Racing 79 car? Oh, it's still there. Great. Maybe reload it. Reload it? Oh, okay. There's a good question if the okay. Anyhow, it seems that anytime soon we will be going into a commercial break. That's some 15 seconds away. We're still having a look at Alexander Harvey doing some immense speeding here at the track. I will leave you now for a commercial break about now.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And welcome back to the live stream from the studio, and we are now watching Drive Game Seed Racing and now moving to EXM Racing with Amir Assad, American driver based out of US. The EXM Racing is a combination of drivers from South Africa, Britain, United States and Canada. But the team itself is British made. Actually a new racing team to our event. It's great seeing new drivers and teams joining our event. The Nürburgring race is supposedly we actually kind of expected like about 20 to 25 teams to enter our show, but that didn't happen. I think one of the reasons is still that this track is so demanding, and it really takes some practice to really do it well. But anytime soon we will be seeing our next event coming up, Spa, which is at the 10th of August, and the preparation with the qualifying would actually start at 9th of August, and there will also be an event live from the studio. We will have Nick and Neil be flown in for that event as well, and when this race is over you won't hear much from us since it's nearing summertime. Most of the families around the management are going on vacation, and we definitely need some relaxation. Of course, we will not completely disappear. We have a lot of work in regards to the EVC, especially sponsorships and stuff like that. We need to do that as well, so we can't leave that out. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on behind the scenes, and we of course hope that everything that we do right now will happen. Next week there will be coming up an exciting meeting which I can't reveal anything about right now what it is about, but if it's going through, it's gonna be massive for us in general. Yeah. When you actually travel to Taipei, you meet a lot of good colleagues of the business, and everything actually kicked off from there. So we had a great trip to Computex Taipei, and we will definitely be back. One of the reasons is for my own network over the years. Been doing my own online media for approximately 16 years. So yeah, it's great to see those guys are still around, and yeah, they just normally had a normal position as technician, and now they're having like business roles such as global marketing manager or global PR manager, or whatever it might be. It's great to see those guys succeed in life. I really like that a lot, seeing people doing well in their life. So yeah. Anyhow, moving back to the standings, we still see the Drive Game Seed guys in front. On second position, we see the One Move team with Roy Mung in the car. It seems that after the crash of Bas, Roy is now back in the car at position 3 via Ducton. I do not still know who is actually driving in the car. It would be great to have those guys commentate in the chat. DSR Nightmare is still on position 4. Black Devil Racing 78 car is now 1 minute and 4 seconds behind, and seems that they gained a few seconds now and then. At position 6 we have XMN Racing. At 7 we have B32 Racing, and at position 8 we have the DMD SimSport. Position 12 we have the BDR Black Devil Racing 79 car. They seem to be still in the pit, either disconnected or they just maybe gave up, I don't know. This is the full standing right now from the cars. If you look, the most exciting stuff is happening around position 4 and 5, as I mentioned earlier, that the Black Devils Racing 78 car is gaining on the DSR Nightmare. I know for a fact that the Black Devil Racing guy, if they're able to take position 4, they will start to gain on the viaducting car. But right now, Michael Seagour is one of the fastest drivers of the viaducting car, is in the car right now. So I expect that they will keep a good pace. And if you look at the last lap from the viaducting car was an 8:39, and the DSR Nightmare car from the Carl Lykkegaard did an 8:37, and the Black Devil Racing guys with Ian Anderson is doing a 8:43, so they are not gaining yet. We just had a new time coming in from Alexander Hartwig. He just did a 8:39. That's great. Yeah, Roy did a 10:49. I think that's due to pit. Same goes for Amir, it's a 10:12, and B32 9:45, and that's basically the field right now. And the best lap so far is still done by Lorenzo Arisi at 8:23. 8:20 seconds and 300 at position 2 of the fastest driver is Roy Munk with 8:22.3. The best lap from the viaducting guy is 8:33.6. DSR Nightmare guy did 8:31. Same goes for the Black Devil Racing guy, 8:30.8, and the EXM driving car is actually done an 8:29 lap time. B32 team racing did an 8:40, and the DMD sim racing guy best lap there is the 8:34.2. Moving back to the overview of the race itself, we are now in the car of Amir Assad. As earlier as we said, this British founded team, and Amir Assad is based out of US. I'm not sure where Amir Assad is actually born or where he lives in US, but maybe some of the guys could clear that out in the stream if they are awake. The time now in Denmark is right now 3:10. Exactly 11 minutes to 3. Over 3, sorry. That's pretty much it. It seems that the Black Devil Racing guys are gaining again on the DSR Nightmare car. I don't think that DSR Nightmare car will change drivers since that car is gaining on them, and it seems that the speed of those two cars are very comparable. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. The DMD SimSport guys is only 2 laps down to the B32. All the incidents they had early on the race is, of course, impacting their performance right now. It will take a lot from Alexander, a lot of stable driving to be able to come into 7th position. But yeah, we still have some 8 hours and 57 minutes to do that. We still have Michael Seago in the car of the Viaducten. Carl Lykkegaard is still in that car. The Black Devil Racing is still having Ian Andersen. In B32 car we have Kåre Holmer, and in DMD Simsport Alexander Harbury. Amir Assad is in the EXM car. Roddy Munk in the One Move car, and Ezio Gazzola is still in the Drive Games seat car. Ezio has been doing quite a lot of laps now. I expect anytime soon that we might see a driver change from that. He needs to have some relaxation. But hey, again, we know for a fact that early on in the GTR24h event, I remember Henrik Høyer did like 5 stints or something like that. And just remember 5 stints without having a piss or anything to drink or something like that. It's just amazing you can do that. Yeah. I remember that Henrik was actually sitting right beside me back in 2013 when that actually happened, and looked to the right side of me, and he was like bloody sweating because he like been sitting there for so many hours and driving. It's just still amazed that he were able to do that. Yeah, so great driving from Amir. Not much to report on. Clean driving. Hey, having a good race line, great braking. I think you can start to... Still is bloody night here at 3 o'clock, but sometimes when you look in the right direction, you can see that the lights are slowly start to break in. Normally in summertime around Denmark you will have light around anything from 3:30 to 4 in the morning coming from the east, of course. And the birds start singing around 3:30, 3:45, so yeah, the lights is soon to be here. I don't know about the Nürburgring, might be a little bit later, but around 4 o'clock you will start to see light break through, and the early dusk of morning will be coming in. Great driving from Amir Assad. Not much to report on that, very clean. Maybe a little more speed in that car would make it even more entertaining. Let's look at the amount of speed he's doing on the straights. We had the earlier Carl Lykkegaard guy do... No, so that was the Black Devil Racing car only doing 2:48 at a straight, but this car is actually bringing 2:65. So the XMM car is not destroyed that much. Clean driving from those guys will actually help a lot. Let's see when he's actually on the straights. 2:65 is pretty awesome, to be honest. It's good speed in that car. 2:63. Now braking. More braking. Whoa. That's the thing about the Nürburgring. You never manage to do a clean lap. You always have issues. Either too late braking. Yeah. Third gear, now fourth gear, great downshifting, now fourth gear, Braking. Down to 1. Great, great driving from Amir. Very aggressive. Now braking. Second gear. Third gear. Down. Let's see what amount of immense speed those guys are able to do when we are in the straights. Great driving from Amir. We're nearing the straight now from those guys. A few more corners. Oh, we just hit the grass now and went out. He actually had a pretty good pace there. Oops. Great speed from Amir. A clean jump over the hill there. Great speed. We are now at the straights. Let's see what amounts of speed we can reach on the straight. Wow. 267. Not much damage to that car yet. Great amount of speed, and that can actually come to the EXM Racing advantage if they're able to keep a good pace. 272, that's pretty awesome actually. Great driving. That was actually some of the highest speed I've seen. Top speed is on the B32 Racing is 278 actually. That's pretty nice, 275. That's great. Nearly 280. Still the same amount of time from the Black Devil Racing 78 cars to the GTR24h is about 1 minute and 3 seconds to 1 minute and 5 seconds. It doesn't really change that much. That means that Carl Lykkegaard and Iron Anderson is basically same skilled driver. Looking at last lap, Black Devil Racing did 8:32 and DSI Nightmare did an 8:40. So some 8 seconds there. Pretty good. Looking at the last lap of DMD SimSport did an 8:48. Same goes for the B32 car, did an 8:44. Viaduct did 8:43 and Ruddy Monk did at 8:41.4. So right now the fastest car running is actually Black Devil Racing. That's pretty cool. Viaduct just had a small incident maybe. Yep, the car of the Viaduct is now in sector 3 and had an incident. Let's have a look what actually happened there. Let it load in the background. It takes a few seconds, sometimes more, because of the size of the replay file. Don't mind the noise of that. Let's see what actually happened to while watching the Viaduct car here, full speed happens there. Oh, he somehow loses the back end. Not that big an issue, didn't have much damage from that. Let's move back to the stream. Back with the Viaduct car now live. Some very impressive driving from those guys. Still remember the age of those drivers is anything from 12 to 18 years of age. Other sim racers here is anything from 25 to 70 years old. So huge difference about the teams there in terms of age. Yeah, but I just got the message that Peter will get some sleep, so I'm actually all alone in the studio right now. Both Nick and Neil is having a great sleep, I guess. I hear rumors about they will be back in the studio about 6 o'clock maybe, and that's 2 hours from now. Let's see if I'm able to stick around for such a long time. Even though I hope you guys are enjoying the race as it is. Unfortunately, it seems that the Black Devil Racing 78 car lost time to DSI Nightmare, and they are now down on 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Could be in regards to a driver change, but it doesn't look like that, so it might be in, I don't know, an incident. We're still having Ezio Gazzola in the car of the dry game seat, and he's been doing quite a lot of laps by now. Roy is now still in the car. In the 63 car is Niklas Mørk. There has been a driver change on that one. I'm really looking forward to see some of the last lap times of the Viaducting car. The DSI Nightmare car is still having Carl Lykkegaard in the car, and he's doing 8 minutes and 40 seconds. The Black Devil Rising car had Ian Anderson in the car at 8:43. Mia just did a 9 minutes 32. BDS 32 Racing did 8:44. And finally, the DMD Sim Sports still has Alexander Hartwig in the car, and he did 9 minutes and 53 seconds. So basically, Alexander must either have had a huge accident or been in the pits. Let's head back to watch Roy in the Audi driving. It's been a little bit unfortunate. I kind of like expected more from Roy this time around, but Roy needs to... Yeah, I think I had a few chats with Roy about that. I know Roy very well. I kind of like visited Roy in Amsterdam here a few months back. Had a great trip with Pau there from the ProSim team, going to talk with sponsors to GTR, and Pau had his meetings with some of his sponsors. So yeah, we just combined that and took a flight there and have a good chat. We met up with Roy in Amsterdam to have a chat with him about how things are and stuff like that. Yeah, Roy is a good guy.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And we are back now. We just had a brief overlook of the DSR Nightmare car going into the pits. I kind of like expected a driver change, but it seems that car is in for another stint, it seems. Either they did not change the name or... No, I don't know for sure. Maybe not. Will has a driver change on the Black Devil Racing 78 car. Last time Ian went in the car, and now it's Mads Rees in the car. Mads just did 846 in that car. So if you briefly overlook on the timing table, you would actually able to see that the BE32 car in with Carl Holmer in the car did an 845. Same goes for Amir Assad in the XM racing car, 845. Being Black Devil Racing 846, DSR Nightmare 845, Maya Duckton 857, and Riding Moon 845. So, and actually the DMD Sim Sport X are doing a pretty decent lap time at 8:37, but still Ezio Gazzolo still a bit overpowered at 8:33.4. I still think that there's some pretty decent lap times here. Not the best. What we know is what you're capable of because of the earlier stated 8:20.3. Is way ahead of the competition now at the track. Of course, it's harder to drive at night right now. That's about it. Wait a minute. Moving back again. Still in the car with Carl Lykkegaard, the DSR Nightmare car, Danish sim racers, bunch of great sim racers. I think they have a community of about anything from 250 drivers to 300 drivers in that community, driving everything from R-Factor 2 to project cars to whatever, both on console and on PC. So, yeah. Seems that this race is a bit of a funny constellation because the only team who actually went around at the track was not in the race anymore was actually the Scanview car driving the McLaren 720S. The rest of the field is Audi R8, Callaway Corvette or Aston Martin, basically. The GT3 class in general is such a funny class to drive. It's actually some of the most funniest cars to drive right now. Even though I like the LMP2 ones as well, the GT3 cars is still the best there. Now we have some flashing there. Let's see what exactly having we find. Okay. White Duckton is now catching up on the DMD SimSport car. This is gonna be pretty entertaining because Niklas Mørk is a fast driver, but Alexander is faster than Niklas. So even if he did flash his light, it's gonna take some driving for Niklas to overtake Alexander. just such a pity to see those DMD guys in behind the field. I know for a fact that drivers are very talented, and if you compare to the last result of the Sebring race, it's strange to see those guys so behind. Still, there's a lot of hours to go. Still 8 hours and 21 minutes. Yeah, as expected, even if the Viaducting car did flash their lights, Alexander is just like pulling away again, as I expected. But let's have a look at the next lap times and compare the speed of those two cars. Just to give you a brief overview what we haven't discussed this much, just to give you an example about what strategy actually means at the Nürburgring, sorry. The drive game seat guys since the early start of the race have had 10 pit stops. The One Move team, 11 pit stops. Viaducting, 14 pit stops. So that's actually can be due to driver changes as well. But still, if you have 14 pit stop and the leading car has 10, shows you still have to do some work to be in the top one. So a lot of the things from the Viaducting guys could actually be fixed by having less pits. And they might be placed second. DSR Nightmare is even more surprisingly only had 9 pit stops. So that means they still do not have speed, but they only had 9 pit stops. Moving to the Black Devil Racing 78 car, if you take that position comparison, the position 5, they had 17 pit stops. That's like nearly the double of the DSR Nightmare. EXM Racing had 21 pit stops, B32 21 pit stops, and the DMD SimSport guys had 18 pit stops. So you see, strategy, as I earlier stated, if you really had the right strategy and drive more safe, you will actually gain on that. Because even if you go like 1 second slower than the other team, it doesn't really matter, because if you do like 4 to 6 pits less than the other team, you will be leading now. So still the same as I earlier stated, to some of the team were like going in front and asking me a lot of questions before the race actually started. And I only think the only recommendation I could do for this track still, is to drive safe. It's really not that much about having the best lap times out there. Drive safe. And if you of course are fast and can keep that pace and drive safe, why not? And that example is shown by looking at the drive game seat guys from Italy. All Italian guys, great guys. I hope to see you guys at the EVC. That would be quite entertaining, because I know for a fact that not all the best teams are here tonight. There are some very good drivers here, but the teams at the EVC is of course out of this world. We have so many teams coming as well from the iRacing community, and some of them are very well known, like Relic SimSport, Vias Quanda, some of the teams who nearly completely destroyed anything in iRacing and won nearly everything. Looking at the speed of the Viaducting car right now is about 272. That car, engine-wise, is not destroyed. It seems to be going absolutely max. 273, very good speed there. 275, 276. Oh, that's not bad. Great speed from that car still. And it is smart to save on the car sometimes and not press it too much. Engine wear can occur at any time in the race, and you do not know when. All right. Moving back to the last guys, Rudolf Munk at last lap 8:43, Viaduct 9:02. DSR Nightmare now not such a good pace though, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. DSR Nightmare last time when they actually hit the pit, they were actually changing driver. That means by now that we might see a foothold of gaining speed from the Black Devil Racing 78 car, and it seems like they're only 1 minute and 27 seconds down now. So let's see the next couple of laps, and we might see the Black Devil Racing guy overtake the DSR Nightmare for position 4. Sometimes the problem is that even if you want to have your fastest racer in the car, he's also gets tired and the concentration going down. He's going down, and you're not able to keep that pace. So it's better to change driver even if he's slower. Still, it's all about the strategy itself. And if you look at the strategy-wise and on the pits and the setups, and they're actually the best performing team strategy-wise right now. It's actually DSR. 9 pit stops. 9. In comparison, you have other teams doing 21 pit stops, 18 pit stops, 17 pit stops, 14 pit stops, even the leading cars at 10 pit stops. So the DSR guys are actually pretty good at strategy stuff. Great driving from those guys. Still a bit fortunate that they are not able to be in top 2 as it is right now. But still, there's a lot of stuff missing from those guys. Stability, speed, stuff like that. Basically now it's all about speed. Matthias Peters is now in the DSR Nightmare car. Yeah. I actually earlier in the start of May, before going to Taipei in Taiwan, met up with Matthias in Jylland for a meeting. Great meeting those guys at the DSR team. Great talented sim racers there. Yeah, that's about it. Right now the standings are as it is. Not much has changed there. We might see a fight for position within the next half hour, if we're lucky, between DSR and Black Devil Racing. Anything from 2 minutes and 40 seconds till now. We will be going into a commercial break, and when that commercial break goes in, I will be away from the studio for like 10 minutes to take something to eat and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll be back commentating on the live stream. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Watching those Viaduct car, we can move to the Black Devil Racing car, which is gaining on the DSR Nightmare. We're just having EXM Amir Assad in the pit right now. It was just flashing blue. Let's have a look at the, yep, I suspected in the pit. They might be changing driver now. Going back to the Black Devil Racing car in the 78 car. Down some 1 minute and 29 seconds and 4 seconds. 1 minute and 4, now 2. Yeah, There's some minor, yeah, minor gains from that car on the DSR Nightmare car. Still, Matthias is a great driver as well, so I kind of like expect that he will do well with that. Mads Rees is also a great driver. So last lap of those two teams, because of driver change in the DSR Nightmare car, they did a lap time of 9 minutes and 56 seconds, and the Black Devil Racing car did an 8:46. So there's a good amount of chances there right now. Some 46 seconds to we're going into commercial break, and remember, when the commercial break is over, I might not be here, but I might be later on. The driver change on the XMM is now Carl Sturck. He's actually doing his racing in a full motion rig. I just watched his live stream on YouTube. You could go Google his name, Carl Steg, S-T-E-G, on YouTube, and have a look at his setup. Is pretty nice, to be honest, and very expensive. So yeah, that's the overview right now of the race. We'll be going into commercial break about now.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
and welcome back to the live stream of the Nürburgring 24 hours race live from the GTR24h studio. The time right now is approximately 4 in the morning and 12 minutes. A brief overview of the standing right now. Matthias seems to do a pretty decent stint now, as the Black Racing team is losing time now again, and they're some 1 minute and 44 seconds behind. I will change to a double view of the two different teams. You will have the DSR in the top soon. I will see if I can find that car. There. I will leave you with this picture as I need to get some sleep. So far, I know that the crew will be around in a couple of hours, maybe 1-2 hours. I will leave you with this overview as we have to check out for a few hours to get some sleep, and we'll be live here at the studio again in approximately 2 hours time. The light is slowly breaking through. If you look at the down picture from the Black Devil Racing car, you can actually see the cloud formation is beginning to become more and more clear in the background. From that, we actually expect that that will make it be light within some 30 minutes. As everything is set up automated, we'll be going into a commercial break after 15 minutes, and that will be followed by a weather report. So that's about it. Yeah, that should be it. I hope you so far liked the stream here at the studio. I need to get some sleep now. I will check back later. Still, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to look in the stream and post your questions there. I will be checking out. I expect that the crew will be back in a couple of hours, as stated earlier. I wish you all a great night, what's left of it. And now just saw that the Italian guys just changed driver, and it seems that Hermann Stoschi just had an accident. That's about it. Not much to report about, not many changes there. Roy is still in the car. Last time was a 9 minute 52 seconds, sorry about that. Hermann Stoschi did 8:37. Viaduct 9:01. DSR 8:35. Black Devil Racing 8:43. Carl Sturck in the EXM Racing, sorry, 10:24. Black Devil, sorry, P32 Racing 8:51, and DMD Sim Sport and 8:43. That's about it, guys. So far, I will be checking back later as the real commentating team of Neil Heatley and Nick Newcomb will soon be back live in the studio. So bear with us, we need some sleep, and we'll be back Of course, with the GTR24h EVC show, we will have live commentary all the time for 24 hours straight. We will not have breaks such as this, but it's due to, yeah, we do not have enough manpower to do the live commentary right now. Yeah, that's about it. I wish you all a great night, and we'll go have some sleep now. Have a great night. Thank you. Bye.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business. Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business. Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business. Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business. Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business. Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And welcome back to the studio in the commentary booth with myself, Nick Newcomb, and Neil Heatley. We will bring you the final 5 hours and 6 minutes as it stands right now. I think our first task is to update you with the standings. And as we return to the booth, we see indeed Ezio Gazzola is in the car. One of our questions that we were asking before we took a break. Finally in the car. We've seen Roy the Monk is back in also after Roger Decline had a couple of incidents on his final lap and they took the decision to switch out the drivers. Viaducting with Nick and I, Bergdahl is in the car in P3. Seem to have consolidated that position with now a 2-lap advantage over the Nightmare car, DSR Nightmare with Martin Pedersen. Ian Anderson's back in the car in P5 with the BDR Black Devil Racing 78 car. He's a further lap back from the DSR Nightmare. B32 is sitting in 6th with Pelle Anderson in the car. And the final car on track is the Treble 3 DMD Sinsport, who has come through all its trials and still going hard with Rasmus Bornhoft in the car. And unfortunately overnight we've lost the Treble 8 EXM Audi, unfortunately, the Callaway Corvette, which has run into some issues and sadly have had to withdraw from the race.
And yes, coming back, you can see the BDR number 78 car, the one currently in 5th. Just the 3 minutes of the DSR Nightmare 777 for 4th place.
Indeed. So even at this late stages, we still have positions being fought for.
As they're just coming through the carousel now.
Oh, a little bit, came in a little bit hot, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and losing it, but keeping it under control and carrying on.
But as we can see now, the track is now entirely dry, as opposed to when we
when it was wet. And
dry.
we saw, yeah,
Yes.
we saw a great drive from Matthew in one move. Esport Racing Team did an excellent job. Was catching even Lorenzo Arisi until the Game Seat team chose to pit and switch out the tyres into dries, and that was the decisive move that gave them the advantage, and they began to pull away and carried on doing so overnight. And as it stands, they've been able to force a 1 lap lead over the one move car. So they've had a solid race this event, that's for sure.
I'm just wondering if these coming down the Flans carton, do these cars still fly?
Like, I'm wondering.
After about after
yeah,
just
19 hours.
of the race.
Yeah, that we'll have that answered pretty quickly. We'll have to go through all the costs. Oh yes,
Yep,
there's the answer immediately.
It does.
Great flight. Great flight. Yeah, so the guys can smell that finish line. It's just a case of keeping it together, making sure that they don't lose their focus after all this 19 hours that they've got in the bag. So let's see how this all shapes up. Can the one move car with Ryder Monk in at the minute, as we see Ezio Gazzola look a little bit untidy there, coming through. Yeah, we need to keep this focus. This is the first time we've actually seen him in the car. It looks like he hasn't driven since qualifying.
No first time in the car, and he seems to be setting some nice laps. The fastest lap, last time out in 8 minute 33.3, which was 4 seconds faster than the current second, the Rudolf car, the 11.
Yeah, I think they're struggling with the rear of the car there. I had a message from Roy before he went in the car saying they've had to slam the wing up full because the rear of the car's not sitting as it was.
Not complying.
No. So obviously we've had some damage from before Roy got in the car, so maybe a cumulative effect has caused issue with the handling on that car, and wing isn't the only answer that they've got at this stage, and it doesn't seem to be giving the answers that they really want for confidence throughout this track.
Yes, where is the Dubuque? So Dubuque is just coming through. Come down the hill. Is that Versi? Yeah, that's X Miller in the rundown. And Ezio. Is that the car right behind? No, it's not.
Nope. So they're being caught. Looks like a Corvette. Yep, it's Roy is catching up to the DSR Nightmare car to put another lap on it.
Yep, down in Brazil.
As we look behind. So Roy will be looking to find a safe place to pass, and also the DSR car will be trying to help that. Still a way off, so there's no need for the DSR car to slow down as yet.
It's definitely much closer before, just down the hill a little bit into Versian.
Yep.
But now that gap has opened back up again.
Yeah, he's opened up the gap. Maybe that's the extra wing. The extra wing's helping.
That is true.
But as soon as they can let the horses go, they're suffering on pace. That's why the lap times are... Oh!
That was a lovely little one. Lovely little snap of oversteer in the number 11.
Yeah, I think that's probably what Roy was talking about. I don't think that the confidence is fully there in that car now. I think the damage has took its toll.
Through close to town. Now we need to see if it's actually affecting it to the car itself, because apex speed there is roughly about 95 to 100 kilometers an hour. It depends on depends on your setup. So coming in here,
It's
down 90, yeah.
90, yeah. Mid-turn he's down to 90, so the confidence isn't there in the car right now, which is at this stage of the race isn't ideal. But luckily for them, they have one lap, which soon can disappear actually on the Viaductum 63 car. So it's not all over yet. Viaductum will feel a little bit confidence. Maybe that second place is up for grabs.
Yeah. And B32 came in as well. The car currently driving that driver
And the car coming.
is Rasmus Bernhoff.
I'll let you off it is early. Yeah. B32 in 6th position at the minute.
7 laps down in the next car, which is the number 78. So it appears at the moment the DSR car pits before the number 78.
Yep.
And that gap comes down to about 100 seconds for a couple of laps or so.
Oh,
78 comes in.
a little bit there, but then had the steering wheel.
Dubuque had a quick little off somewhere in the 11.
Yeah. I think this is going to be the story of the one move. It's a case of trying to hang on to this car.
Has there been a driver change? No, it's still Bernhoft in the B32 racing car. So Black Devil Racing number 78 trying to chase down. What were the last laps for the two of these? Let's have a look for the number 78. It was an 8-minute 40. And of course for the B32, sorry, the number 78 car, it was a 9-minute 51 because it had a pit stop. That number 78 car making its way still around the Nordschleife. Up to, yeah, that's close to Tal. Up towards the carousel now.
Now this is interesting. This shows you the handling of the one move car. Absolutely taking no air whatsoever. Simply because of the handling issues.
Yeah, because it obviously can't go as fast in the previous corners.
Yeah.
So it can't get a good run up.
And not even a hint of air as it comes through there. So they've certainly got issues. I think the damage on that car has been quite significant as he comes into the pits. Roy is coming into the pits. So this is only a few laps into his stint, so this is a...
I'm pretty sure that car came in just a couple of laps ago.
It certainly did, so it's... So it's certainly not scheduled.
It's certainly not feeling
He's not. He's not feeling the love in that car. This is.
comes in.
So this is really giving Viaductum some impetus to push on. So I would say second place is definitely up for grabs now.
They're both stinging the car by the looks of it, both Gazzola and Dubuque. That means just because it's happened in the pit stop phase and the Gazzola's car, the 383 cars, pits is just hit the 11. It does now mean that Dubuque is 2 laps down, slightly temporarily.
Yep.
But I think Dubuque should be able to get out first. But it doesn't.
It doesn't. There's obviously damage on the one move car, so with that, the one move car goes 2 laps down.
Which means Gazzola has now made 51 kilometres on Dubuque.
Yep. Oh yeah, good.
51 kilometres isn't that much. It's easy to
No,
do that.
easy to make up. Yeah, Roy is still in the car. There must be some major damage on that car that he's having to deal with.
The DSR Nightmare car coming up towards Flugplatz now, the 777.
And we'll keep an eye on the viaduct and see what kind of impact they can have on the one move car. This is a really long stop from Roy.
And we know that obviously because it is stopped, that number 11 car is in the pit lane. Viaducting is coming through, that's Metzgesfeld. So that means it's only about 4 minutes into his lap, is it?
Yeah.
About 4 minutes into his lap, which means he's just about halfway around. So he's got a lap and a half to make up on the 11 car in the final 5 hours. As that is to be going now.
On the move.
And indeed
there he is. Matthew de Krop is in the car. It looks like Roy didn't have a very happy stint, cutting it short.
Yeah. I'm just wondering at what point was that damage sustained? Does Matthew actually know how that car feels like?
We'll soon see if Matthew's times don't match up to what he's been doing before we had the break overnight in the mixed conditions. Matthew certainly was the best car on track.
Yeah. Definitely was that number 11 car as it is coming down towards the Dunlop hairpin. It looks fairly...
We'll be looking to keep that advantage.
It looks fairly planted just now, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's just out the pits. We'll see.
Got to wait for the real test of the Nordschleife.
Yeah. But the thing is, obviously the car is carrying damage, so he has to be careful, ensure that he doesn't come off slightly and make the car a little bit off kilter, should we say, because it looks like the effects of all these offs that we saw just a little while ago with Roger could have damaged the car to the point where it really is a delicate little machine now.
Delicate little machine.
Yeah.
How much? What, $1.5–2 million?
Yeah.
Delicate machine.
Of scrap after this race, I would imagine.
Yeah. It does tend to go slightly wrong when you hit an Armco at 220 kilometers an hour with it.
Yeah. He is doing corrections, turning in there. So there's minute corrections all the time. Where from Matthew it was turn in, nice and planted, and then straighten the car out. He's doing little corrections all the way through the turn.
The 333 has had an incident somewhere out on the circuit. That would be... That'd be Dave Garden 2 actually, and Springhagel. As the car is now just coming through clean the carousel, so I think that might be the one Garden 1.
Viaductum going a little wide.
It's fine.
It's fine, carries on.
It's fine, he said, hopefully.
Let's see what the track... The air temperature is only 9 degrees at the minute.
Slightly cold. So Dugson comes over Springhagel. Yeah. It looks fairly planted over there as well. A little jump over Garden 2. Going down towards Falbenschwanz. And yes, that number 63 car. Looks planted for us. What was the lap time last time out? It was an 8:45 for them. Which means he did lose 7 seconds, the car behind. But they do have a 2-lap lead.
Ian Anderson, his last lap in the 78 was his personal best of an 8:31.
It's almost the fastest lap of the car.
Yeah, DMD, yeah. DMD Simsport comes into the pits
to fix some variety of suspension damage, perhaps. As Ducton comes in, tossing a hole in that straight line speed is still very good in that Callaway Corvette. Coming up the rise.
Yeah. That
And
looks good.
yeah, underneath the bridge now it's 273 under
Yep.
the bridge. The 279 at the bottom of the hill. Yeah, that's pretty much what we've seen throughout all of the cars
Yep.
through the race. At least yesterday we did.
Yep, so the car still giving out enough power to carry them round. If one move have any more mistakes, I think Viaductum will be there to pick up the pieces, that's for sure.
That previous lap was a 45.4 again, consistent.
Yep. Nikolai Bergdahl in the car.
Just a couple of tenths between the two laps, which, when you're considering it's the length of 5 normal circuits, 4 or 5 normal circuits, only be a couple of tenths away.
That's great consistency indeed.
As the treble 3 comes back out, and I believe it's still Bernhoft in it. Yes, it is.
In car now on the second screen with Matthew de Krop in the one move esports Audi as he hits the carousel. Looks like the pace is back up there. We saw last time through Roy de Monk only hitting 90 Ks, whereas Matthew was over the 100k mark. So it looks like the problems in that car have been fixed with that pit stop, and Matthew was back on it again.
Getting back on it is diving down the hill through the more technical section, like we said, through Vipperman. Oh, I think the rear end just started to step out a little bit through Vipperman.
I think Matthew has been the #1 driver in the one move car.
Yeah.
As Arisi has been in the game racing team.
Driving game seems.
Yeah.
Coming through the ice curve now is the Krop, and over Flance Garden 1. Slightly, a little bit more to the right than I would have liked.
Yeah. But that's the way he likes it. He knows the drives out to the right, then a late turn, late apex, straightens the car out, and again there we see, nice jump.
Ooh.
I think that's one of his longer ones today actually, isn't it?
That was should we not, I wouldn't say that was out of control on landing.
Yeah.
It was less than optimal control on landing.
This lap is looking real good. Carousel, here we go.
It'll be his first flying lap
Nice,
after
yeah.
stops.
It's looking good. As we see at the top of the screen, Viaductum still pushing hard.
What's their pace is that number 11 car doing then doesn't go? Yeah, it looks fine in terms of pace actually.
Looks fine. A lot of support for the young guys at Viaductum, encouraging the guys to keep going. And it's quite true, it's not over until it's over, because we've seen the issues one move have had in the last hour.
278 at the bottom of the hill for De Krop. Yep, that's pretty much fine. To Tiergarten, nice braking.
Yeah.
Certainly got that under control. And across the line for the 11. What is the first flying lap? I say that was of course his first lap.
First lap.
11
Yep.
minutes, 3 seconds.
So that's a long one actually.
Yeah, that was why he got passed again by
Yeah, that's why they lost the lap, because of the damage being fixed by the crew.
It's about 100 seconds longer, that out lap, compared to Gazzola.
An average was around 9:40, so about 10:15, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So the chase is on from Viaductum to keep up the pressure on One Move eSport Racing Team, and I think they've made the correct choice by putting Matthew in the car at this stage.
Yes, in the early morning, before perhaps getting one of the other drivers to be fresh for the final 3 hours or so, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure.
Get De Munk or De Clean back in for the final few hours. As Viaductin is making his way up Kesselchen, that log right-hander, they've got to find a lap and a half on the group. Pretty much a lap and a half, because you can see the second place cars coming through the NGK.
Yeah, Viaductum still a pit stop from that final other stop from the crop as well.
And Viaductin is just coming up to Klostertal. There's pretty much 4 minutes between them, so pretty much 4 minutes between them, so they've got 12 and a half minutes, roughly 12 and a half to 13 minutes separating the two of them out on circuit.
So Matthew was certainly trying to ramp it back up again, getting the tyres to the optimal temperatures. Meanwhile, in front we have Gazzola still with that 2-lap lead.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how long his stint is after just jumping in the car before we came back on air.
Well, of course, yesterday they were doing 7-lap stints.
Yep.
Before the rain came, at least. Before the rain came, they were doing 7-lap stints.
Yeah, and that certainly shook up the field. It didn't rain for that long, but the effects lasted for many hours.
That certainly, so it only rained for about 15 minutes or so, so it certainly wasn't that much at all. But yes, that drying track.
Or lack of drying.
Or lack of drying, that's a good point. Then Herman Stocky putting on the dry tyres.
Yep.
That 383 car. Oh, sorry, the Chichester Riccio put the dry tyres on at the same time.
Well, they had to answer the great drive from the crop.
And just after that, they just started putting seconds on.
Yep.
On the 11 car.
It got under a minute, and then within 2 laps of Ricci putting the dry tyres on, as it stretched back out to 1 minute and 15 seconds. And then it just went from there, because the 76 car chose not to change to dries, stuck with the wets, and that was the wrong tyre choice.
And we'll come back and talk perhaps a little bit more about strategy after a word from
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
So just 4 hours and 36 minutes to go. It's not that long, really, is it?
Not when you have given 19 hours
Yeah.
to oh, a little bit wide there from to Crop.
Yeah, just a touch wide there from De Crop as it's just coming out of the climb at Carousel.
Trying to push this one lap is not very much in the big scheme of things after all this time. So Viaductum pushing hard. Got to be there, ready to pick anything up that one move throw down.
And this is his first flying lap after the pit stop, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do considering the damage and interesting perhaps setup choices that they've now got in that car.
Yeah, having to put some wing on earlier. I wonder if they've taken any wing off as the temperature rises. It's going up. It's gone up a degree since after the commercial break. So
yeah.
Slowly but steadily rising the temperature, which is going to help the handling characteristics of the car.
And coming through Tiergarten is De Crop and accelerating off the final corner down the connector road onto the Grand Prix circuit.
An 834. Looks like the car's back on track, as you could say.
Yep. An 834, but just off the fastest lap last time round. He did an 834.7, we could say. But it was the BDR number 78 with an 834 dead that was the fastest one. So Ian Anderson, currently the fastest out on track, and that is important because he's got 2 minutes and 50 seconds to try and track down the 777 DSR Nightmare car for 4th place.
Yeah, certainly going pretty good at this stage of the event. Being fastest car on track's got to give him some confidence, because there's some fast guys out there up ahead of him, and he's managing to take them by a good few seconds. As we look at Viaductum's last lap around was an 8 minutes 50. So that 8:34.0 is looking very good at this stage of the event.
That DSR Nightmare 777 coming out of a corner.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, just coming out of a corner, and that is Brightshine. That's the Brightshine Bridge before making his way up Calmhard and towards the Bergwerk.
And being chased hard by the BDR 78, the Black Devil racing car, trying to close this gap.
Using as much of the curb as possible.
Yeah.
See how much curb he took on the inside
Yeah.
there? That was almost the entire car off the circuit.
The fastest car on track at this stage of the event. So that car performing well. Looks like he's very confident in that. Yeah, looks good.
And riding on board with that number 78 car as he comes racing up the hill. 260 kilometers an hour, so before braking for Schwenkreuz, then Arenberg. The long right-hander coming under the bridge. He was 2 minutes 54.4 at the first sector. That's about a second faster than the 777 car at the first sector split.
Yep. So it's like we say, there's still enough time there to do something about it. So this 4th, 5th place is certainly not decided, just like the 3rd, 2nd place isn't fully sorted either. So one mover under pressure. And the Black Devil are racing are certainly putting pressure on the DSR Nightmare for 4th position.
As of course last night it was the rain caused a little bit of havoc. What does the weather have in store for us at the moment? And that looks decidedly dry.
Looks very settled for the remainder of the race indeed. It looks like a max of 15 degrees come race end, so an increase of temperature is certainly going to help these cars grip on the surface.
A maximum of 15 degrees, and 15 degrees is positively
balmy.
Positively balmy, it's a very nice temperature.
Yeah, just right. Tyres should run nicely on this 25.3 kilometre long track.
Got to remember the point 3.
Point 3 is very important, could make a difference. Yeah, we'll see how the one move car continues, see if they've overcome their problems. Having to add extra wing for the grip, rear grip on that car was struggling, giving Viaductum some hope. So now Matthew is trying to extinguish that and trying to push on, open a gap.
Yeah, at the moment Viaductum looks like to be quite a few seconds down the lap. We're able to see the next one as it comes up and under the bridge. 273 underneath the bridge and then 279 at the bottom of the hill. That's pretty much what we've seen by all of the cars at the moment. And into the tier guard.
Oh, look at the angle on that steering wheel from the DSR Nightmare car. Wow. He's doing well to point that in the right direction. Looks like he's carrying major damage on the front steering rack.
As Viaductum comes into the pit, so it is currently Nikolai Berg down that car, so most likely will be a swap because of the modus operandi that we've seen from them. He's still going to get a fair lick as the 777.
If he's used to the way the car's handling.
See how much luck he had to put on around Tiergarten. It was a good.
Yeah, he's going
10 degrees.
Oh, makes a late decision.
It's fine, it's
We've
fine.
seen that before, haven't we? My goodness me. We'll have a look at that.
Yeah, that's it's fine. He made it to the pit lane. He didn't careen into the end of it. As that Viaductum car is there going to be a driver swap in that one? We'll see when it comes back out after the pit stop. As the DSR Nightmare car is still making its way through the pits. This is the 777 making its pit stop, or at least trying to make its pit stop. And he's so far to the left, that's still the racing line.
It looked to me like he was going to go around again. I was just about to say he looks happy with the, and then all of a sudden he makes a It looks like a late entry, and it's very close to the tyre wall.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, that looks so close. This viaducting back is back out. It's still burnt out on the car.
Ah.
And of course, with all this damage that DSR have got to fix, that's going to bring the 78 car right back up to the rear wing of it.
Yeah. There he goes. This will be interesting to see if he can get out in time.
It's still Lickegaard, the car, in the 777.
The Nightmare, DSR Nightmare is back out on track. Let's have a look, see if they chose to fix that damage.
Yes, that looks like a fairly level steering rack.
Yeah. Track position is key at this stage, I would imagine. And yeah, it looks like he's done well. Got the car around, and now he's going to have to get used to having a straight steering wheel.
Yeah, that can be quite jarring, especially if you've had
you've had it at a jaunty angle for a few laps.
Yeah. As BDR's last lap was 35.3.
Yeah.
For the car in 5th place.
Matthew de Krop, last lap, fastest car on track with an 8:34.6. And Anderson still had an 8:35.3, so
yeah,
he's the two fastest cars on track. Gazzola with an 8:36 his last lap.
And the gap between the 777 and 78 is now 54 seconds, which means
Under
that
a
he's
minute.
lost, the DSR cars lost about, if I can think, about 45 seconds in the pit stop.
Yeah.
By
Fixing the
lap
damage.
and fixing that damage. It's about 45 seconds that he's lost because BDR still needs to make another pit stop in the gap. It's about a minute 40 or so.
But at this stage, that's all the incentive Ian Anderson needs. I nearly went into my Mr. Anderson.
Yeah. So Gazzola is still putting in some solid lap times. 36.1 was the last lap for that car. Through that to De Krop. De Krop is a 33.8. Fastest car on track last time out. So he did take 2.5 seconds out of the race leader, but still 2 laps down.
As we see, the leader is coming up to the DSR Nightmare car. Just see it in the distance there. Looking back from 4th position.
Nice little jump by Gazzola over the clutch there. That's coming up towards the viaductant. The viaductant's got a yellow somewhere and kept on going again.
Yeah.
That was in the middle sector.
So cars starting to pick up the pace now as the grip returns to the circuit. Times steadily coming down. We'll soon be seeing 8:30s again.
Yeah,
and possibly lower as the grip is returning. It certainly affected the Audi of one move for the last 2 to 3 hours. The lack of grip and confidence started as Gazzola goes a little wide there.
And this is what happened to the viaducting car. This is coming up through Arnau Forest. You just see the rear end just
Steps, yeah, steps away.
A lovely little angle there compared to the racing line.
Didn't do anything with the steering input.
No,
just let the car roll, didn't it? And then dug the clutch in. And then, yeah. We've seen that many times where they've hit the brakes and it's made the situation worse instead of letting the car roll.
Yeah. And it really does depend on the situation whether you hit the brakes or just let it roll, because it can be fairly difficult to decide, especially in the heat of the moment.
Yeah. Like we were saying last night, sometimes the polar opposite to what you think is the correct decision is normally the right one.
I know that.
because what we've seen last night from many of the drivers was an overcorrection with the brake and the steering and put together, and it's made the car counter steer to where you really want it to be, and you've lost the back end either to the right or to the left following the initial incident, and it's compounded the damage to the car. But it looks like the one move car driven by De Crop at the minute has sort of settled that second position a little bit more for them.
Yeah.
And the time has again come down slightly. Again, fastest car on track that last lap with an 8:33. So it looks like grip and confidence is coming back to the track. So everybody's times will soon be picking up, along with Matthews.
I say that gap between 78 and 777 is continuing to come down. You're on board with the 777 on the bottom screen, the DSR Nightmare car, as it's coming up towards Hoacht, and this is the BDR number 78 through Kesselchen.
Taking 2 seconds out, hasn't he? Yep, taking 2 seconds away. So the time's coming down. Got a chase on our hands for this 4th position. 4 was 21 minutes to make a difference.
And we'll get to have a good indicator of what the how much time has been gained on this lap by Anderson when they both crossed the second split time at just after Hoacht at Hedwigshire. That's nice even throttle application all the way through. Ooh, Viaducted had an interesting moment there coming down the jump.
Yep.
As in on the grass.
A little bit untidy for the last couple of laps. Needs to just regroup and get himself back in the groove. He has enough time on his hands to do that. He's got a 2-lap gap over the DSR Nightmare Callaway Corvette.
That's his best second sector.
Yep. He's pushing, isn't he?
So he's gained 8 seconds this lap. At the second,
well.
Yeah, the second split, Gazzola was about... sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Shall I look at the correct one, perhaps? Yes, it is that one. Ian Anderson, I should say, rather, is only 2.5 seconds off of the car's best second sector time.
Yep. So times are coming down. Anderson's putting in some stellar laps the past 20 minutes. Really trying to catch up to DSR Nightmare in front of him. He's given himself every opportunity. The gap still at 51, down to 50 seconds now. Coming down all the while, it's down to 49 seconds. He's doing remarkably well. He's putting the pressure on DSR Nightmare, and can they respond?
As the treble...
Oh, we have a yellow flag. Has a little off, sadly.
Yeah, has a little off somewhere in Sector 1, so that's in the Grand Prix circuit by the looks of it.
Yeah. You've got to make sure that you're still driving very carefully. The track's temperature isn't optimal, really.
No, certainly no.
It's certainly for the Audis, at least. We've seen the issues that the one-move cars had in P2. And this shows the Audi, sadly, the way it's handling with these lower temperatures.
Looks like it's just broke loose right on the apex. It's heading towards the inside wall. Now it's full opposite lock. Now it's heading back towards the grass again. It's fine.
Full opposite lock again, then snaps again. It's So he's going from
Got a tank slapper on.
the real proper tank slapper, as we call them, and
Back.
finally gives way.
Yeah, into the grass, rather sedately on the inside of the right-hander.
And then too much power application.
And a nice little donut just to show off in the grass, give all the fans a little show.
Yeah. Yeah.
As it's making his way out of the Nordschleife now through the Hasselbach.
BDR78 in the pits after that great stint for me and Anderson.
I wonder if they're going to actually change driver or whether they think it's better just to keep Anderson in that car.
The way he's driving, I would leave him in the car, to be fair. It's giving 777 some breathing space though, isn't it? And he's actually still holding up Enzo Gazzola. Oh, he still hasn't been able to pass him. He's been there for 2 laps now.
Now if he does 8-minute 35 laps, Ian Anderson, that means he does exactly 7 laps an hour. And you can see that he's going to be coming out of the pits with about 4 hours and 17 minutes to go, which means at some point he needs to do a splash and dash for about 3 laps of fuel.
Yeah.
Which is a half stint. And it is still Anderson in that car.
I think that's a good move. I think that's the correct move. The guy's happy with the way the car on the track is handling, and he's certainly putting the lap times down. As only De Crop is faster than him, but Gazzola is now starting to respond. He's just hit at 8:35. De Crop's last lap was an 8:34, which again was the fastest car on track. Viaductum still trying to close this gap and make sure that they do their best to put pressure on the 76 one move car.
Yeah.
That's all they can do at this stage.
As the Matteo de Krupp is coming up towards Flugplatz now. Is there a little jump in that corner for Flugplatz?
Oh, yeah.
There is in the Audi.
A little feather there as he makes the initial turn in.
The turn in the right hand after Flugplatz, and that can be fairly difficult because sometimes your car is still reacting from landing over the crest.
Yeah. Last of the late breakers, is he? Yeah. Oh! That could have been that could have been really bad.
That was fairly code brown there from the driver of the number 11. That's a big twitch.
It certainly was. Dear me, that could have been huge in the ramification for this race if he'd lost that, but he managed to hold it. We'll try and bring that replay up and see how it looked from outside the car as well.
Fun, I believe.
Yeah. I think he'd be fine. He'd be over it now. Oh. He's drifting around, isn't he?
Drifting around Scheidenkreuz. But that's a nice angle of drift, but not necessarily at 225 kilometers an hour, but that was a big correction and very well done.
Yeah, he did really well there.
And then he does the same at Arenberg as well. That's definitely a little bit of a drift.
If you see on the side there, in partnership with B32. So, a sister team doing quite well. As I understand it, both Matthew and Roy, with a couple of very fast guys, driving for B32 in Le Mans in October.
Aha.
Erhan is driving for them.
Not bad, not bad at all.
Really good, strong team. Going to be chasing that win in October.
It's a very, very good drivers in that car, so they certainly will be one to look out for, won't they?
Yeah. Yeah. They're very confident and they're showing it in the events leading up to October at Le Mans. Very good showing here on this very difficult track. Still keeping the distance from Viaductum, who themselves will obviously be building up confidence with this event as well. A young team taking it to the older counterparts. No fear.
No fear at all.
Only good for the team as a whole and individually.
Of course, this will be a very good outing for their trip in October, indeed, to the EEWC.
Yep. Defending won it last year. GT3 class. Chasing down the one move.
Yep, and Viaductin are there again in the GT3 class, number 63 car. Actually taking on the B32 car, Scanview and DSR Nightmare are all confirmed for that GT3 class, so...
Yeah, it's a strong field.
Of course, no doubt we'll see Viaductin again in 9 weeks' time for the next race.
It's Spa.
24 hours, and all 4 classes will be there: LMP1, LMP2, GTE and GT3.
4 classes on one piece of tarmac. 4 races within a race.
That's going to be very fun for traffic at Spa, isn't it?
That definitely plays a part, because one of the most famous sayings we have is "traffic giveth,
traffic taketh away."
Indeed.
Indeed. And they will do that. Spa's a little bit easier to lap, I think, because there's quite straights and fast corners. And...
We'll have to do each team give it plenty of slow-mos going up. Eau Rouge will look absolutely brilliant through the night as well as through the day. It'll be interesting as well, because the weather affects here at Nürburgring, but it also affects in a similar way at Spa. Track temperature, etc. Oh, and we'll see you very...
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Continuing on his voyage, on his quest in that Audi, as the treble 3 car has had some trouble somewhere out on circuit. I think that may well have been in the foxhole.
So its troubles is still carrying on, although it's still going. It had a difficult period along with the BDR79, didn't it?
Certainly did.
Early on in the race, but to their credit, they're still going. Trying to bring that replay up.
As the crop is making his way just actually behind the DSR car now. As Gazzola and DSR Nightmare both went yellow at the same time.
Oh!
And you can just see there the treble 3 car having an interesting time trying to get past.
A little bit of snap, and then he had trouble again when he caught up with the crop, didn't he? It's sort of, he wanted to facilitate the overtake, but then put himself into trouble.
That is going sideways, and oh, that's quite a big hit.
No wonder he was struggling when the crop caught up with him.
So the empty Simsport car again coming over the crest, and it actually appears to be fairly unscathed.
I would imagine that they're gonna. Yeah, I would still want to get in the pits and fix this car. That was. It doesn't look. It doesn't look. Oh yes, understeering out. So he needs to get round the rest of this lap and get into the pits, get this damage fixed. He's going too hot. He needs to back off a little bit, going in each turn. It looks to me as if left-hand turns seem more troublesome. Does he back off here? Yeah, he has. And again, needs to be really careful going forward.
As that treble 3 car.
And again, it's not a happy turning car, is it?
No.
He's still.
Down.
He's got a long way to go before he can get into the pits and fix this car. Drops into the carousel. 87.
Quite slow to the carousel apex, isn't it?
Yeah. He continues to skirt danger.
Yes.
He needs to try and stay off the grass, although it is dry at this stage compared to overnight after the rain.
It's so tempting.
It is, it's so green.
It's so green. Just think you start to roll about in it and have so much fun.
Yeah. But he's continuously yawing at that wheel, isn't he? It's right hand down that wheel. Oh, he's lost it again in car. We can see another hit with the Armco and loses control again. Heavy hit. Like I said before, he needs to back off with the pace. He's just going to cause more and more damage.
That's just coming out of Brunchen now. And that is very right hand down.
Yeah, he's having to correct. But he's just made that. That could have been pretty bad again.
Down Flansgarden. Yeah, and when you're just trying to suss out how much suspension damage you've got, it can be a very, very difficult task.
Yeah, going down the track the wrong way when you realise how much damage you have got, and you're like, yeah, I remember not to do that again. Really slows down over the jump.
Over Flansgarden 2.
And here we have the standings. Gazzola still out in front with that 2-lap advantage over One Move e-racing team driven by Matthew de Crop at this moment. Viaductum still trying to chase them down. Still a lap behind. But we've seen how things have quickly changed. We had Roy de Monk in the car earlier and didn't even complete a full stint because of the way the car was handling and the damage. So not all is lost with Viaductum trying to jump up one spot into P2. DSR Nightmare still holding on to P4. We've been chased down steadily by the BDR78, who have dropped back to 1 minute 53 behind after that pit stop. But obviously that will all change again as they're out of sequence when the DSR Nightmare car comes in for its pit stop.
And that lap for Anderson, you can see the split times there. That's looking very...
Oh, that's a great time.
To his own best lap time.
Yeah. But he's been met by a great lap from the BSR Nightmare of 8 minutes 30.1 from Carl Leitergaard itself. Yeah.
That's the best lap of the car. The last one was 8 minutes 40.
Yeah, that's the best one. So the cars are evenly matched. But we'll see how... And we do have a
31.8.
A driver change in that BDR car. Yeah. Morten Nørgaard's in now.
So 9 seconds that previous lap taken out.
Yeah, so that car really is handling well. And the driver change hasn't slowed them up whatsoever.
As Magnus Berggren is back in.
As the Treble 3 car finally makes it to the pits. He'll be pleased about that. As we're back in car with the 383 Drive Game Seat Racing Aston Martin, driven at this moment in time by Ezio Gazzola. Be interesting to see how far he takes the car into the race, or will he hand over to one of his teammates?
When will Gazzola next be coming in? It's an interesting question. The last stop for Gazzola was on lap 131.
So he's got one more lap, hasn't he?
Lap 37, 137. So it will be not this time by, but the time
but next, as Treble 3 DMD SimSport car leaves the pit with Magnus Berggren in now. Oh,
It's fine, nothing to worry about, it's fine. The cap was on the water bottle.
oh, that's good.
As yet, Anderson, it's no longer Anderson, that 78 car is.
Yep.
It's Newgard. And that 78 car is the fastest car out on circuit. Let's see what that sector time will be at sector 1 once he eventually comes across it. In that number 78 car, he's just coming on to Rudolf and next up is fluid flats at the crest of this hill where you just see sky.
Yeah.
That can be fairly disconcerting sometimes.
Yeah. This car's been strong. It was pushing hard at the start of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was a big fight between Viaductin, DSR Nightmare, and the BDR 78, and then fell away. But it's come back strong, and now the car's handling really well at the stage of the race, which is exactly what you want. So I would say that the DSR Nightmare car is not safe in 4th spot at this present time. Not with the lap times that the 78 is putting in. Just under a second slower than the fastest lap overall. So that's pretty good going at the stage of the race. Puts in another great sector 2 time.
2 minutes 54.5 roughly.
Oh,
The first sector. Yes, 254.5. Take that from Lickigard. He did a 2 minutes 57. So 2.5 seconds in the first sector alone.
yep, yep.
I'm going to just question how much damage does that 777 car actually have? Although the steering is now straight, there's still got to be lasting damage in some parts of the car.
Certainly, another excursion will cause issues. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. They can't afford an extra long pit stop. They've got to try and stay clean because the BDR 78 is definitely there ready to pick up the pieces if they fail. Oh, as we say that, he overstays a little bit, keeps it off the arm core. But situations like that can certainly change
It's fine as long as you don't crash.
the finishing position, definitely. But the pressure's on the DSR Nightmare team, which is exactly what the Black Devil Racing 78 car want. Try and take them out of their comfort zone that they thought they were in.
And that number 78 car is coming up towards Kesselschön. Fat right-hander, so fast right-hander, so this is Mudker
Yep.
next.
What's he got? Yeah, he's still carrying plenty of speed.
Yeah, 207. Very, very good speed there on the apex. To this right-hander that everyone seems to just drift ever so slightly wide at, because it is actually deceptively, I say deceptively slow. It's still 170 kilometers an hour, but it is much slower than you think. You need to take that much slower, because when you approach it, you can think I can take this flat out easily.
Yeah, and you fail, drops into the carousel. Yeah, good exit. Car's behaving good. Just what he needs.
As he comes over Hoacht and down over the run down, and at the second split time, at the second split, the treble 7 car was pretty much 6 minutes and 9, and the 78 car, I made that 6 minutes and 3, so it's 6 seconds now taking out this lap.
Yeah, this is another good lap. So a change of driver hasn't changed the momentum of the BDR 78 car, that's for sure.
And that 777 is down on straight line speed. There's only 266 coming under the bridge and 271 at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
That 777 is definitely down on straight line speed, and that really doesn't help when you've got massive, massive straights like you do at the Nordschleife. As the leader comes in, Gazzola comes in.
Yeah, that car looks like it's he's having the correct steering input from the left.
So we're expecting the 777 car to come in next time by, I believe.
Viaductum in P3. Last lap in 8:36. Michael Seagard in the car at this time.
Certainly not bad at all. Not a bad lap time at all. As the 777 car, its last lap, yeah, that was at 8 minute 42.6 for the 777.
Oh, yeah, it's got serious understeer issues because of the steering rack on that DSR Nightmare car.
Oh, look at that! There's a new driver in that leading car.
Ah, Francesco Moranti is in the car.
I think that's the first time that he's been in that
We've
car.
seen, yeah, that's the first time we've seen him. Looks like all the hard work from the boys at the start of the racing overnight has given these guys a chance to complete the race free of incident and issues. 2-lap lead now. Can drive steady as Matthew de Crop again posts the quickest lap of anybody on track with an 8:35. Driver swap, Roger Decline is back in the car. Matthew de Crop is out.
And seems the 78 has now crossed the line. The 777's last lap is 42.6. BDR is a 38.5.
Yeah.
7 seconds. As that gap is now down to 1 minute and 47.
Took another 4 seconds out there.
Yeah.
So hopefully Roger's stint this time will be not as incident-packed as it was before Roy had to jump in the car.
Yeah.
Who himself had issues. At that stage the car just was not responding at all.
Certainly no, it was
I think the track temperature was a little bit low, I think, for the car. They did try and correct it by putting on extra wing, but even that didn't take the problem away. I think the only thing that has fixed the issues is the track temperature rising. It's given them rears a chance to stick to the track, and Matthew's been able to get some good times in his last stint.
Fastest car on the track last time round.
So we'll see after Roger makes another tour of the circuit, see how he's doing. We'll keep an eye on him. See if his issues from these previous stint have happened to go away. Viaductum still going strong in third.
That is coming up towards Bergwerk. And by up to Bergwerk, I mean out of Bergwerk. And up towards Kesselchen.
Pushing hard. Now that they've got Roger back in the car ahead of them, they'll be mindful of what his last stint was like, and they'll be hoping to put some added pressure on him. this one lap can disappear quite quickly with one huge off. And Roger will understand that. We'll try and keep it on the black stuff. Keep going.
4 seconds taken out by the BDR car in the first sector alone.
Yeah. Under 4 hours now, 3 hours 48 until the checkered flag.
In the home stretch now.
Yeah. Broken the back a bit, as they say.
Yes.
And in some cases, literally.
Judging by some of the landings that we have off of Springhill.
Yeah. Eddie's still the main man overnight, I think. Yeah. Although the car may not be running, I think that perfectly executed jump is still in the lead for the jump of the day. Riding with the 777 DSR Nightmare car, trying to stave off the charge from the BDR78. And time has actually been eaten away here again. So once we see how it shakes up after the DSR come in for the next pit stop in the next lap or so, I think it's going to be even closer. I think it'll quite possibly be in the 40s, the gap between them.
Might even be less than that, because a full service is about 60 seconds, maybe that's 65, plus the transition through the pit lane. That might be down towards 20 or maybe.
Yeah. So, with another couple of pit stops to make, it looks like BDR78 might actually be on top of the DSR Nightmare within the last hour of the race. If everything goes well for both teams, we could see a real fight on our hands for this 4th position.
As that DSR Nightmare 777 car just coming down the hill ahead of some traffic.
Being chased by the BDR 78 car. Nothing's changed since the driver swap. A lot of confidence in the way that car's handling. It looks very good at this stage of the race, even after all these hours on track. I still worry when I see dirt being kicked up, flirting with danger on the edge of the track.
Oh, there's a little bit of dust thrown up by De Clean on the run up to Hoa Acht. Just getting a couple of wheels in the dirt, nothing too major, nothing to worry about really. As he's diving back down the hill over the top and down through Vipperman now. Left, right, another right down the hill. Just no braking for that right-hander actually, just letting off the throttle. As I'm hearing a sharp intake of breath on my left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm just
Something
gonna bring up a replay of the leader, newly installed driver Francesco Moranti. Had a little excursion. I don't think he wants to be doing that kind of thing too often. Just trying to bring it up for you.
As here comes De Clean down Flansgarten 1. Right-hander, what sort of speed does he have? Nice speed. 165 at the apex, 185 at the apex of the left-hander. Lets off the throttle for the jump though, and slightly wiggly on landing.
Oh!
What's that? That's an amazing amount of air. What?
He's challenging Eddie. He's challenging Eddie for sure. Oh, I think
very good.
I think Eddie's perfectly executed telemark land and still takes it.
He's hit that curb.
He's hit that curb on the inside. Throws him. Look at that is a great effort, but it also throws up issues straight across the grass at the bottom. Straight lines it.
Straight lines it.
Because of the angle of the attack on his... that curve has a lot to answer for at the top, doesn't it?
It does. But then back in circuit, no harm, no...
Yeah.
I say no harm, no foul. Perhaps
I think that was a squeaky bum time for
was,
Francesco.
Code Brown.
Code Brown, I'm going in.
That car actually landed directly on the front right wheel.
Yeah. He's a lucky lad. If that had been Armco had been any nearer, but luckily it was further away. But he certainly got launched there and had plenty of hang time.
As the gap between the 777 and the 78 is down again by 5 seconds that lap.
Yeah, it's coming down.
Fastest car on track again being the number 78.
Yeah, they're doing really well. This car's coming into its own at this late stage. Sitting at 3 hours, just over 3 hours and 40 minutes to go till the checkered flag in the Black Devil Racing car. Number 78 is one of the strongest cars on track, trying to chase down the DSR Nightmare car, who hasn't got the pace to answer. So all things being said, it looks like we could have a fight within the last hour if everything goes well for both teams.
That could be fun, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think whatever issues the DSR Nightmare car have, I think it might be prudent to get in the pits as the next pit stop rounds come and try and get this car fixed and try and answer what the BDR78 are giving them. They're just taking too much time out of them at this late stage, and the last thing you want to be doing is being under so much pressure. The time is just hemorrhaging away.
Give 5 seconds a lap, and the 100 seconds obviously means 20 laps, which is about 3 hours.
3 hours. Yeah.
3 hours and 41 to go as the B32 Racing has had an excursion somewhere.
So the last thing you want to do with 40 minutes to go is have, oh, there it is. It's got issues for sure.
It's still having an excursion.
Yeah, it's got issues. So it's gone off again following the initial incident. So it looks like that could be going into the pits to get the problems, whatever they are, fixed. They'll not want to retire at this late stage of the race. Sitting in P6 at the minute. Just trying to bring up the replay there.
This is the Adna Forest.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And here we are, riding back with BDR78 and Roger the Klein in the One Move eSport Racing team. BDR78 still chasing down DSR Nightmare, driven by Carl Lightguard. It's down to 1:36, so the last 40 minutes or so, if it continues in this fashion, we're going to have these two cars nose to tail on track.
Oh yeah.
And the BDR car continues to just eat away at the lead of like God has at present on this DSR Nightmare car. But as soon as it goes into pits and comes out, well, you could be correct. Could be less than 30 seconds into the 20s.
8 minutes 43 the last lap for Little Gord.
And I would imagine they're going to fix this damage what they have got in the Nightmare car, because they can't do 2 pit stops to fix it. They'd rather just have the one and just lose that one time because of the pit in and pit out time loss. But it's definitely down on speed, and that's given the advantage to Black Devil Racing 78. And it's a decision that they've had to make. The time loss would have given the BDR 78 the advantage, and would throw them out their pit strategy.
As the Clean is coming down the dotting hole in that Audi R8 LMS. I think that's the full name of it. It hasn't got an R in the end. No, it hasn't. As B32 Racing comes into the pits after its interesting excursion last
We'll
time out.
see what the BDR 78 lap is from Morten Norgard now. It's an 8:36.7 as opposed to the DSR Nightmare car, which is ahead at an 8:42.9,
so that's 6 seconds that time.
Yeah. So that was the 133rd lap. The leader on 139, closely followed by Roger DeClean on 137. That last lap, the leaders have posted the quickest time overall with an 8:33.
Yeah. And again, oh, for once, it isn't actually the 78 car that's fastest on track this time round. It's actually Viaductin.
Yep.
And Sigurd.
So they're coming on strong.
Yeah, well,
Moranti had the fastest lap, followed closely by Viaductin. In 7/10 behind that was the BDR 78. So we've got some quick cars, and still going around. The 78 is still looking really strong in that mid-pack. And unfortunately for the DSR Nightmare, it's not exactly what they want. Carrying damage, having to nurse the car around until the next round of pit stops. definitely down on top end speed. So the fast flowing parts of the circuit they're really struggling on, and in turning as well. So overall the car really is a handful.
Yeah, and it certainly, car being handled is something that you can handle at most tracks, usually. Spa, for example, Le Mans as well, perhaps the only part of Le Mans is the Porsche cars, but apart from that, the rest of it is fairly open. And at Sebring, for example, the race that we had in March, again, that's another one where you can cope with the car being a handful, mainly because there's lots of space to be able to catch it should anything go wrong.
Yeah.
Here, no.
No, you got no chance. It goes badly here. It can go all kinds of wrong. '78 continues to push hard. We'll see where it shakes up when the DSR Nightmare car comes in for its pit.
And weather, still dry.
Yeah. Temperature still rising to a max of 16 degrees.
Yeah, as the sun starts to go across the sun.
Yeah, it's still 10 degrees as it was the last time we did a weather check. So it hasn't risen anymore. Track finally dry after just a short spell of rain, around 15 minutes. But its effect was a longer lasting one than the teams really wanted. It didn't dry up whatsoever. Oh, hay fever's a bitch, isn't it?
It's fine. I think the Treble 3 car had a little bit of an incident somewhere again. That car not being
Compliant. It's not doing what the driver wishes it to do at this present time.
We've got a group of Razmai back on the track as well.
Oh, a flock of Rasmai.
Yep. Bornhöften, Bornquist. Were the Treble 3 and the 32 respectively. As the Francesco Morante is still going a fair speed actually. Got to see if this time round he does anything as impressive at the jump. I think by now he should have at least partly perhaps learned his lesson.
Yeah.
About which line to take and which line to not take.
That curve is there to catch everybody out and assist in the angle of attack, I think. Still out in the lead. Looks like it's his first stint. Oh, a little bit of air.
A little bit of air hoaxed, very lovely.
Preparing himself, getting himself used to some, ready for the big air time.
Then through Hedvigsjö.
Yeah, his first stint in the car.
Yep, and Vepperman now. And heading down towards Brunchen for the 140th time.
Less than 3.5 hours to go now.
And perhaps quite a few of these teams will be thinking about their final driver swap.
Yeah. The way Drive Game Seat Racing have been doing their driver swaps, they've been doing longer stints, haven't they? Like 3 to 4 hours sometimes.
Yeah. As Viaductin comes in the pits.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
much more time that time around
Yeah,
than Brandt.
he's learned his lesson from the previous lap. He's doing what Arisi was doing earlier on, keeping it low level.
As the clean's actually not that far behind on track.
But they did lose that time when they came in to fix the damage, and it coincided with the leaders coming in for the scheduled pit stop.
Yeah.
And managed to get out while the car was still being fixed for the One Move eSport racing team. So that's how they lost that extra lap.
And the clean, oh, that was a little bit nose heavy.
Yeah. So
As DSR comes in.
we had issues with Roger, and then Roy took over, and he also had issues. So now they're trying to regain the ground they lost about 2 hours ago.
As the VDAC cars kept driver still sitting on.
DSR Nightmare in, and let's see how it all shakes out. We've got the BDR78 closing in. Will they come out on the same part of the track?
The BDR78 car last came in on lap 129. Last came in on lap 129 and is currently on lap 134. So that means it should next time round come in on 136, which is still a couple of laps away.
DSR Nightmare still in the pits. Obviously a longer stop because they wanted to fix that damage.
Well, no, I say that. 78 comes in.
78 comes in. So now they're both on the same pit strategy. So this really is interesting.
And Matthias Pedersen now in the 777.
And it hasn't gone up on the jacks.
Fuel only.
Fuel only. They've made
It's only done 5 laps in this stint.
They've made a brave. This is it. This could be it. As the One Move is also in the pit, so they've taken only fuel. So this will change things on the next stop.
The thing is, with the pace that they're doing, they're doing 7 laps an hour,
Yeah.
essentially, which means at some point they need to stop for 3 laps of fuel.
And he's back out with only fuel now. There we go. Instead of coming out instead of being 1:40, 50 seconds behind, they've kept it to under a minute. Big call at this stage, nothing to lose.
Yep.
And if Morton is happy in the car, why not? If he's only going to be putting an extra 3 laps on the car, 3-4 laps on the car on the tyres.
Yeah.
Why not go for it?
As DeClean has came in and out again in the number 11 One Move car.
Still 2 laps down. But the main fight we have is between the DSR Nightmare 777 and the BDR Black Devil Racing 78. So now the Nightmare car has been fixed. I would assume we'll have a check on the speed now, because it was a good few miles or kilometers per hour down on its optimum. It looks like the steering input is much better now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's after coming in, fixing it ever so slightly. Yeah, it definitely does look much better and perhaps slightly easier to drive now.
Definitely.
I'll peel back a hole.
So now, with a tactical decision from the 78 car, what can he do on these worn tyres? Can he keep up the pressure? We'll see with the first hot lap next time by in about 14-15 minutes, whether this throw of the dice is actually going to pay off.
So yes, adding out a forest. Right. Getting that power down very nicely. So the gap's kind of stabilised after that pit stop. So it's 53 seconds
Yep.
between 4th and 5th.
But at this present time, the 78 car seems the better of the two. That's for sure. We'll see how the lap times shake out as B32 will have a yellow flag. Let's have a look. That's a small excursion. Oh, once more we have issues, unfortunately, with the B32. It's been a little bit of a struggle today.
We're seeing for treble 7 before getting on the throttle again. Just a little further around X Mill. And down towards Brightshire up to 4th gear, 215 kilometers an hour before braking in down 2.
Just trying to bring up the replay of what happened to B32.
As yes, B32 having an excursion.
Yeah, he's got issues. Well, here we go.
That just snapped.
It just snapped on him, didn't it? I think he may have touched the inside curb.
Yeah.
Nothing to do, unfortunately.
I decided to
Yeah,
perhaps just pull the plug and get it back in again.
back in the pits, trying to fix it. Obviously, major damage to that car. Nothing to do. So that gives a lap back to DMD. So that brings them back within. We'll bring them back within one.
One. Yep.
Is it? Yeah, one lap. Yep.
DMD just goes down the start finish straight through turns 1 and 2 now. Brings him back within a singular lap.
So there we are, 4th and 5th, separated by less than a minute. And now DMD Simsport separated now only by 1 lap.
And between the 777 and the 78 on the both the in laps, yep, 78 faster again, this time to the tune of 8 seconds.
Oh, good time.
So you've got to see what they're actually going to be like on these tyres because
older tyres, yeah.
777 will be on new tyres.
Yeah. So we'll see how it shakes out in the next couple of laps, whether them tyres on the 78 car start to give out or if they hold. Oh, we've got a yellow flag with 2nd position. Oh, major off with Roger declined. So that, again, like we've said earlier, Viaducton.
Yep.
Still chasing that 2nd position, could be theirs. Roger again having issues on track. Doesn't seem at all comfortable in that car as he had issues his last stint.
The 777 is coming
as well.
Behind the carousel now. Lap 135 for that car. So we've got to see what the comparison on the outlaps is going to be. Well, we can't really see what the comparison on the outlaps is because obviously they're on 2 different strategies.
Yeah, we're just about to bring you the replay of what happened with Roger. Here we go. 250, 248k.
Yep.
And then wide.
Into the barriers.
Car pushed out wide onto the barriers and then carried on along the barriers. Kept his foot in it, trying to. And then on the other side, up on the grass verge, throwing him down. Back again, more damage sustained.
That's gone quite a distance up in the air.
Yep,
And another big hit on the left hand side.
yeah. So damage all around, sadly. And then on his way.
3-point turn or a spin turn?
Facing the wrong way, having the 3-point turn the car. And then gets caught up on the banking, as you can see the rear wheels spinning.
Yeah.
Oh, caught up on the...
Yeah, that right rear is...
That is not good.
Yeah.
He's stuck.
He's managed to get going again.
Imagine, but lost a whole heap of time to viaduct him in third. So,
What sort of suspension damage he's got on this car?
let's see. Oh yeah, left hand down. Yeah, he's nursing that car back to the pits, I would imagine. Oh,
Yeah, big
really
snaps.
needs to be careful.
Big snaps.
Yeah, that car just doesn't like it whatsoever. So this second place is not done and dusted. They've held it since the start of the race, and with 3¼ hours left, it's still not decided. The one move car having a whole heap of issues in the last 2 hours. It's not looking good so far. Car's really twitching.
Yeah.
Let's see what kind of speed he's got.
And the clean still continuing. Then ducting a hole. That car.
You can see the speed, 242. It should be a lot further than that.
It really should be, yeah.
Oh, that's huge. Huge aero damage on that car. 242 at the bridge. What we're talking there, 20, 30?
Yeah, 30.
30k down. Huge
down.
difference. Now here we are, he really needs to apply the brake a lot earlier than he would normally. Make sure he makes the turn, yeah. Is anybody in the pits ready to jump in? No, it's just going to be a service, fix the car and back out again.
Yeah, so it looks like
Two.
I'm just wondering, with that number 78 car, because it didn't put on tyres, whether they realised they're perhaps just a couple of laps short on fuel to make it to the end. So they decide to fill it up and maybe do like 1.5 stints of that tyre. Only do an extra 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah.
To make sure that they have a full number of stops to the end, and you just do it, fill it up completely on the final stop.
Somebody's been doing the maths, I think, trying to work this out, trying to do a time strategy back from the finish. Yeah.
He's so much slower on these
Old tyres.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if he's going to wait until where in fact is that yes, our nightmare car is here. It's just coming through it's about 50 seconds into sector 2, which means that the BDR car will be just coming up to Arenberg.
Yeah, there we are, under the bridge. First sector of 255. Oh.
And Pedersen did a 252.7, the fastest first sector of that race. Fastest first sector of that car.
Oh, dear me.
So I'm just wondering if he's going to wait a couple more laps, because in a couple of laps, in a couple of laps that'll pretty much be three hours to go exactly.
Yeah, that could be the plan. Take up to the hour and then
or maybe
2 more stops.
Or maybe just do 1 more after that, just to be safe.
Yeah.
So perhaps he's got 3 more laps in this set of tyres, and it really is hurting him.
Roger decline back out on track after that lengthy pit stop.
That time that he gained by not taking tyres appears to
backfired. Yeah, it's backfired a bit, hasn't it? But if they're looking at trying to get to the hour mark, like you say, that could be the answer. I would actually, at this stage, I would go for that and drop into the pits, fresh tyres filled back up again, and that will keep you on track for the remainder of the race. But I think they'll be grateful for that. The DSR Nightmare car.
Yeah, they will be.
Because they were really under pressure, and it was a gamble, like we said, keeping them old tyres on. But they had to try something, and it could still work out, you know, if they go for that hour. Because it is, as it stands, the 777 has to make a splash and dash, really.
Yeah. The DSR Nightmare car need to fill up for 3 laps, I think, roughly. Should come in, so essentially half a stint would have to come in for its final stop.
But but if I must admit, if I was calling the strategy on the 78, I would be coming in with about 2 hours 59 to go. As soon as it ticks over the 3 hour mark, next time by, into the pits and keep it on that strategy.
Well, it's got about 3.5 minutes till it comes past the start finish line, and 3.5 minutes we could at
an extra 1 more lap.
Yeah, about 3 hours 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
roughly.
1 more lap. So we'll be coming in with 2 hours 58 minutes to go, and that's perfect.
Because of course, once you add the time for an extra
pit in, pit out, yeah.
It should be okay, and it should give them enough time.
And more fuel to go full out.
Depending on where Morante is when the checker flag falls. Presuming it is Morante in the lead.
Yeah.
He's got 2 laps at the moment, so I think it's a good presumption for now, but you really can't say anything in endurance racing.
It'd be nice to see Risi bring the car back across the line for the checkered flag if they do stay out in front, because he has really pushed this team and led it from the front.
So when we come back after our next set of commercials breaks, there'll just be about 3 hours and 5 minutes to go, so we'll go to some words from our sponsors.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
3 minutes and 3 hours even. 3 hours and 7 minutes to go left here at the Nürburgring. That treble 7 DSR nightmare car still trying to run away from the 78 Black Devil racing car, and it appears to have done it. In fact, last time round, Pedersen was the fastest car on track at 8 minute 29.1. Compare that to the 78 car in 8 minute 40.3, 11 seconds that gap extended. That tyre gamble that the 78 car has taken doesn't really seem to have paid off at all. But of course, if we're thinking about strategy, we may well see the 78 car in next time round to just try and even up the stints to make sure that it can make it to the end without having to do another splash and dash. So once they come in next time round, it should be a full service for them. As the DSR nightmare car, you can see on top, makes its way down the foxhole and up towards Arnauer Forest. And the BDR car making its way through the S's for the kilometre and Flugplatz. Oh, and that's fairly wide there by the 78 car actually, out of that left-hander. Use all of the curb available on the outside, because I just think it hit the curb on the inside just a little bit too much. So the 78 running up towards Flugplatz. Do we get a little bit of air? We do. You can just see the revs rising there on the dashboard to show that it was no longer in contact with the ground. The first sector time for the treble 7 was 2 minutes 54. So how much time has the 78 lost this in the first sector this time round? It was a 2:54 for the treble 7. It's a 2:55.7 for the 78, so just 1.5 lost this time, which seems to be far better than it was the previous lap, to be honest. It's doing I think finally Pedersen has got, it's Martin Egord in that car. I think he's finally got used to what these tyres feel like at the moment, of full fuel and worn tyres from the Nordschleife. That can be a very fun experience, I can tell you. Meskesfeld for the 78. So will we see that 78 in this time round, or will it be the time after that? As the treble 7 is coming up to some traffic ahead. It's a Cali Corvette, it's actually the viaducting car. So it's coming up to take a lap off the lap off itself on the viaducting. It'll put it to 1 lap down on 63. As that viaducting car, Nicholas Mork, an 8 minute 53, that previous lap, a full 24 seconds slower than Pedersen. As they come into the carousel, there's not actually that much room to pass. Come out towards Hoa Act. Of course, another thing that you've got to think about is that the viaducting car is not actually going to be getting blue flags, because the car behind, the DSR Nightmare car, is 2 laps down. But look at how much he's closing. So much closer, and this is going to be really, really annoying for Pedersen, because he just can't find a way past. He may well have to fight his way past. Down through Hedvigshire. And he's so much faster at the moment, but he's just got to find a way past Vipperman. The question is, where will it be that he'll try and make it? Through Brunshan, not close enough there. The next big braking zone has got to be down Dottingham, I think. We've seen a few moves at ice car for this left-hander coming up, but not really that often. Down Flance Garden 1. Yeah, it's got to be the Dottingham, I think.
Hey everybody, it's Aiden here once again with...
As you can see the standings as it is, it's still Morante, that 383 car in first. By 2 laps over Declan. The 11 one move car, who in turn has 1 lap lead over the Viaducton. Then it is the DSR Nightmare car, that battle that we were watching. The BDR number 78 trying to chase down on a slightly alternate strategy perhaps. B32 Racing and the treble 3 DMZ Simsport car rounding out the running field. Carl Stieg and the treble 8 EXM car. The BDR number 79 and Rudy Coop in that 55 Scanview car are retirements as it stands. And the SR Nightmare car eventually making the move to overtake Viaducton. That's a lot of time lost. I say that, but they're not really actually pulling past at all. They're still going side by side to Antonius Bucher, and Viaducton's actually pulling back in front again. But no, just lets off the throttle and lets the treble 7 car pass. So it's finally been released. And into Tiergarten. The question is, will that 78 car actually come in this time round? Currently 1 minute and 5 behind Nightmare. Nightmare, of course, just passed the start finish line and into turn 1. A big braking zone there, actually, scrubbing off the best part of 150, 160 kilometers an hour. BDR number 78 coming down the Dottingham, still at full speed. It doesn't really appear like they've got any damage at the moment as they're coming up over the rise. What is the pace underneath the bridge? 268 underneath the bridge. At the bottom of the hill is 265, so that's probably in line with worn tyres and not getting a good run out of Goldkop at the beginning of the Dottingham. But through Tiergarten is the 78 coming in this time round. No, it's not. It's doing one more. Perhaps it's just doing one more to make sure that it'll make it to the end on 3 full stints.
It's lost another 2 seconds. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. I think it's had connection issue.
I think you may have had a disconnect, Morante.
He has. Morante's had a disconnect.
The race leader with a disconnect. The 383 car that's led every single minute of this race. It's led for over 21 hours.
It's got a 2-lap advantage to get himself back in and back out on track. But at the minute, there is nothing it can do. He's frantically trying to get back into the car. Never over, is it?
No, it never is over in endurance racing. Francesco Morante, the first time that he's been in the car all race, it looks like he's got connection issues. How long will it be till he can reconnect? It was on the Grand Prix. It was on the Grand Prix circuit, so at least he didn't hit any barriers during it. It was on the run up to Adnan, actually. I think it was on the back straight. So this could be what Declan needs. This could be what the 11 car needs to perhaps get back into this. And I believe that's international hand signals from Mr. Newcomb.
For disconnect.
For disconnect.
Nothing you can do. You're on the circuit, you're prepared for the next turn, and suddenly you find yourself back in the pits. And imagine the language is quite blue in Italian, obviously.
Yes. No, it's-
I hope. And the thing is, he has to get back in the car, do a full circuit, and hope that the connection stays true, and then hand over to a teammate. You can't take the chance again of having a disconnect. So the answer is to hand over to a teammate.
yeah.
So with 2 hours 56 minutes, the leaders from the green flag until now have suddenly got issues.
So I'm wondering if he's back in the server at the moment. Not yet.
He's not in the server yet, folks. So these issues that One Move had earlier on could have come into play. Unfortunately, they had too many issues and fell that extra lap back. But they'll be pushing hard. I can imagine them shouting big style in the
Yep.
team speak. Oh my goodness me. Late drama. Late drama. Still in the pits and he's still not shown in the server,
Yep.
so his internet is really struggling at the minute.
Well, we'll have to probably do a full router reset,
Yep. Oh dear me.
or just wait for the internet to come back again.
I don't know how good this up to now. The internet in Italy hasn't let anybody down in the team. Oh dear me.
And of course, you can say this perhaps the mechanical failure of the sim racing world.
Yeah. Obviously, everything would go wrong mechanically. And this is part of it. Oh!
Ooh, that was a big, that was a big oversteer moment for
He's
him.
pushing hard now because he knows this is an important phase of the race. This could give them the win if they can get back around, and he can't get back in the server. Francesco Moranti is frantically trying to get back into the car. He's gonna lose a lap anyway because of having to go back round and do another tour of the circuit. He's lost that lap anyway.
So DeClean is coming into Tiergarten, trying to get as close to the Armco on that left-hand side as possible. Paint it orange to make sure that you don't miss it.
Yep. Oh yes.
Very important. As
He's coming into the pits. He's coming into the pits.
Moranti's rejoined.
Francesco's back in the car.
As DeClean comes in. Yeah, Moranti's back in. DeClean comes in for his next stop. And with 2 hours and 53 minutes to go, that means it's just going to be a straight 3 stints left.
It's going to be
the 11.
yeah. The clean is taking tyres. Moranti is getting everything ready, putting the setup in. And as you can see, the 76 is parked directly in front of where he needs to be.
Well, that might be fun.
And here he goes. Yeah. The engine still hasn't fired up yet. DeClean is taking on fuel now. Tyre service is done.
Look at that! Look at that previous lap. Even though the previous lap, the 777 was set behind the six
And
a little bit.
DeClean is on his way.
Yep.
And Moranti still is in the pits. Still not fired the engine up. So it's now 1 lap deficit.
Yep.
Silence from the game seat.
That's as loud as a church at 3 AM in the morning.
Yeah. Unless you visit my parish.
Yes.
Singing from the rafters.
Singing from the rafters. It's the DSR Nightmare car making its way down the Nottingham.
I just hope that this isn't the end for... Has he left? No. That car just is not starting up. Oh my goodness me. This is going to shake up everything.
If he doesn't get out soon, no, he's leaving now.
Yep, the car is finally started up.
As DSR Nightmare comes down and across the line, what is the lap for DSR? Oh, it's a 8-minute 30.7. So the first lap in this, the first lap as Moranti goes out, it won't count, which means that De Kleen will get the next lap back. The 11 car will be back onto the lead lap. So as the BDR number 78 is coming down the Nottingham Hill and underneath the bridge, 275 at the bottom of the hill for the 78 now. I should say this, that we're expecting the 78 in.
Well, we are. If I was calling it, I would bring them in now. Nope. But they haven't got me in. They haven't got me in the pit box.
Damn it, but they're going wrong
They
then.
need, yes.
They need you in the pit box.
It means they're going to be splashing and dashing instead of coming in and running on full tanks. One more pit stop.
Now where's the clean out circuit actually? That is a
Coming into, yep, sector 1.
which means the lead for Moranti will be somewhere in, I think it's going to be about 6 minutes 40. Once he's completed.
This has really shaken up the standings. So we've got basically fights for first and second, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth. And DMD SimSport is still chasing down B32 Racing as well. So this fight's all the way through the field now.
Pretty much an entire lap separating B32
Yeah.
and Level 3 at the moment.
But the one that counts for Francesco Moranti is the fight to keep the lead.
You can see the B32 car just coming up over Flickplatz, DMD. That's the left-handed exit, that's coming into Schweighenkreuz.
Oh, Viaducton gone slightly wide there, but holds it. Taking a lot of curb, even at this late stage of the race. Roger De Kleen, the pressure is on. And at this stage of the race, I would actually give Matthew a shake and tell him to get ready to get back in that car. That's what I would say.
I'm just wondering what sort of pace that Moranti will be pushing on this outlap again.
But Moranti's driving a car in every second he's worried about his connection. So for that team, it's a case of, do you take a chance and leave him in the car?
Yeah.
Or do you bring him in knowing it's going to cost you? And do a driver swap? After leading so far into this race, they now have a decision to make which could cost them the race either way. So it's a no-win situation, possibly, or it's bite the bullet and put a Risi back in. Oh, as we say that, De Kleen has a huge off. This could change things again, and he's still riding on the ground. He has had a real tough time of it in that car over the last 2-3 hours. Pushing hard, losing it when everything's in their favour. I really do think that the answer is either put Bass back in the car or put Matthew back in the car.
Cameron Costatal, how does that suspension look?
It's it actually looks surprisingly straight. Did it hit square on? That's the answer.
I think it did by the looks of it.
Yeah, so that's why it's still steering. Yeah. If anything, it's it looks okay. He needs to be careful. He is dropping in and out of third, fourth gear.
Morante is coming around Costatal himself. The clean is just past Hoa Acht actually, so that gap was came down. I think that might be let's see if anybody's got.
Gazzola's ready. So they've decided to make the switch. Gazzola's ready to jump in the car to take over from Francesco Morante, which I think is a good call.
Yeah.
You can't take a chance on further issues affecting the teammate. So the next big question is, do one move switch out Roger Decline? He's had a real...
This is another reason why you always have two people on TeamSpeak.
Yep.
Two drivers at least on TeamSpeak.
Yep.
So should the internet failure with one's ready to take over.
Yep. A lot of times that doesn't happen, but in this case it has.
In that previous lap, the gap between 4th and 5th, 777 and 78. Nightmare extended the gap by 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think they should have pitted at least 2 laps ago. There's no need, they're on older tyres. It's not worked, but they could have recovered the situation by pitting on the hour to give them 2 stops towards the end, but it's not worked out. Now, does Roger fix the car? We'll see what his lap time is, but he certainly gave it a heavy hit.
Yeah, it was a big hit. What pace has he got down Dutting at all? 10
Oh, yeah. 255. Let's see what he's well down. 20k down.
Yeah.
20k,
Sorry.
that's not good. Needs to get in that pit, fix it. And I don't think there's anybody ready to swap out.
Morante's just entering the Dutting at all.
Oh, they could have been on the same lap.
No, he goes past.
He goes past, he's sticking it out.
He goes past.
Even with the... He's 20k down.
That lap, including incident, was 10 minutes and 12. As Morante is now coming into Tiergarten. So Morante coming across the line now. This should begin counting his times. And indeed it does.
Indeed it does. So now they're on the same lap.
Just
Nearly. 8 minutes and 55 behind now is Roger Decline. With the damaged car, heavily damaged car we should say. 20k down on top speed. But it looks like he's going to carry on as per stint plan, which I'm not sure is the correct decision.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. Let's look how fast the 777's going again at 35 knot this time round, the fastest car on track again.
So they're answering. So that's good driving. The gap still is quite steady at the 119 now. We did have it down to 56 seconds, but now it's opened up once more. We'll see how that goes. But the fight at the front, how's them lap times? Staying steady.
Yep. What is going to be the 78's lap time when it eventually comes across the line? 40.1 was the previous lap, it's a 40.3 actually. Plus 5 seconds that time round.
Yeah. They should have gone in the pits. Should have swapped out them old tyres for new.
Yeah.
Just hasn't worked.
It just really hasn't worked at all. But what's their strategy? Because they've still got to half a stint at some point.
Whereas if they came in at the top of the hour, that would have covered them off. Because they knew, as we did, that Nightmare had to come in for at least a splash. So any advantage they could have had,
yeah,
is gone. And there we are. It's not always about just being fast on track, it's about being fast in the mind, working out your tactics. So we have Roger, who's 20k down, stayed out.
78's done his
And
job.
the 78, yeah.
There's still the same driver in the car.
We'll see. We'll see how it shakes up.
We'll see how this plays out now that the 78 has come in for a stop, and that Morante's now, his laps are counting what sort of pace can that 383 car do. We'll answer these questions and perhaps a little bit more once we come back from this commercial break.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
back live in the studio as we are watching. We have another incident with Decline. He's letting through the leader. There's nothing he could do there. So they go again 1 lap down because of Decline's problems. Yeah, Decline is having major issues. It looks like he's carrying on. Nobody's in there to take over. So he's having to soldier on. Viaductum down in 3rd spot. Doing well. Remember, this is a young team. They've got 2 laps over DSR Nightmare at the minute. And they're only, 1 lap. And they're only a lap down, 2 laps down on Roger Decline in the 1 move. So it's a real good effort. Look how much the 1 move car is down on speed.
Yeah.
The DSR Nightmare hand over fist reeling them in. Losing far too much speed, but maybe there's nobody in the pit to switch. So he has to soldier on. Yeah. Sailing by. There we are. Takes back a lap. Nothing Decline can do.